So, guten Morgen. Ich Hinweis, dass die Veranstaltung auf Englisch sein wird. Alle, die eine deutsche Übersetzung benötigen, die wird angeboten. Sie können sich einfach die Kopfhörer und Transmitter da hinten holen. Kanal 1 ist Deutsch, Kanal 2 ist Englisch, der ist ja aber hier auch auf dem Podium. Und wir würden dann jetzt anfangen. And I kindly ask everyone to join us here on the chairs. So yeah, also a warm welcome to the people on the stream. We already streaming this, or we also stream this. It's too loud? Zu leise? Okay, ich kann auch lauter reden. Ja, okay. Okay, my first question would be, is it too loud or not loud enough? So, it's genau richtig, okay. That's the spirit. Okay, yeah, good morning everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to today's conference, Decoding Digital Colonialism. So I have to get my pulse a little bit down here, but it will work over the day. This conference is organized by the Federal Agency for Civic Education, and my name is Francesca Schmidt, and I'm not only honored to open this event, but also proud to have been part of the team that organized it. Allow me to briefly introduce myself. I'm an advisor and educator specializing in intersectional memory and transformative knowledge with a focus on digitization at the Federal Agency for Civic Education. And for many years, I've been deeply engaged with the societal impacts of digitization from an intersectional feminist perspective. And my work spans various critical topics such as artificial intelligence, digital transformative knowledge, digital colonialism, surveillance, and digital violence. All those topics are always viewed through a lens that critically examines racism and power structures. The topic of digital colonialism is both timely and critical. As we navigate an increasingly digitized world, it is essential to recognize how colonial power structures persist in the technological sphere. From data extraction practices to algorithmic biases, these dynamics often reinforce global inequalities. Addressing digital colonialism from a German perspective is particularly significant in the context of political education. It allows us to critically examine our role with global digital ecosystem and explore pathways toward a more equitable and inclusive digital future. In Germany, engaging with digital colonialism involves understanding how historical power imbalances are replicated in modern technology. And I know you know too, it's not only true for Germany. And this includes the dominance of Western tech companies, the exploitation of data from the so-called Global South, and the lack of representation in global technology governance. By situating this discussion within political education, we aim to empower citizens to critically evaluate these dynamics and advocate for fairer policies. Central to this process is the so-called Kontroversitätsgebot. There is no English word for it, I'm sorry. A principle that demands we address controversial topics in a balanced and pluralistic way. This ensures that differing perspectives are considered and debated, enabling participants to form their own informed opinions. Today's conference embodies these principles by offering a platform for diverse voices and fostering critical dialogue on how we can decolonize the digital world. The relevance of this topic extends beyond academia or policy circles. It touches on fundamental questions of justice, sovereignty, and human rights in a global world. By addressing these issues through political education, we not only raise awareness, but also encourage active participation in shaping a more inclusive digital future. But before we dive into today's discussion, I would like to emphasize the importance of creating a space that fosters respect, inclusion, and openness. Conversations about power structures, inequality, and colonial legacies can be challenging, but are essential for meaningful progress. At the same time, it is vital to remain focused on the specific themes of this conference: digital colonialism and its implications for global justice, sovereignty, and equity in technological systems. To ensure that everyone feels safe and heard, we ask all participants to engage with one another respectfully and constructively. This means, for example, actively listening to others' perspectives without judgment or interruption, acknowledging others' insights, even if we disagree with their viewpoints. Constructive objections are welcome, but should be framed in a way that leaves room for dialogue rather than shutting it down. And also being mindful of participation dynamics, ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to contribute. If you've spoken frequently, consider to step back and to allow others to speak. We also ask participants to avoid discriminatory language or behavior and to remain mindful of the diversity of experiences represented in this room. Racism, anti-Semitism, sexism, or any form of discriminatory conduct will not be tolerated here. It is important to note that while today's discussion may touch on broader global inequalities, we ask participants to stay within the framework of digital colonialism as outlined in our program. Topics such as geopolitical conflicts or unrelated political debates fall outside of the scope of this event. By maintaining this focus, we ensure a productive dialogue that aligns with our shared objectives. At the same time, we recognize that today's discussion cannot cover every aspect or implication of digital continue beyond this event. We are committed to revisiting this topic in the coming year as part of our broader work in political education. New questions or themes that emerge today will be taken up for further exploration so that we can deepen our standing together over time. To help us shape these future discussions, we encourage all of you to share your thoughts through the feedback survey we kindly ask you to complete at the end of the event. If there are topics or perspectives you feel we're missing today, please let us know so we can incorporate them in our ongoing work. For those present here in the room, you will find a QR code distributed around the room that links to our feedback service. This is available also both in English and German, and there are the codes also on the other side, if the Vorhang is open. As political education practitioners and engaged citizens, it's our responsibility to model inclusivity and empathy in our interactions by representing the boundaries of today's agenda. That's for the housekeeping part. Now I'm going to present a little bit more of the program today. And the program today is designed to provide tracing its historical roots and examining its contemporary manifestations. Her keynote will set the stage for deeper discussions throughout the day. Following her address, participants will have two options. They can attend one or both of the panel discussions that we are going to have before lunch and after lunch, or join an interactive workshop titled Digital Futures Mapping Decolonial Strategies, which runs parallel to both panels. The workshop offers a hands-on space for collaboratively developing visions and strategies for decolonial digital futures. So there's a limitation on the number of the participants. So if you haven't registered yet for the workshop, please kindly ask the hosts there's Nandita and there's Quincy, if there's still room available for taking part in the workshop. For those joining us via the stream or choosing not to attend the workshop, you're invited to participate in the panel discussions. The first one will be on data protection and digital work, the interconnection of digital technologies, human rights and racism. And this panel will focus on how data exploitation intersects with human rights and structural racism. and highlighting the unequal burdens borne by the marginal communities, and that's a very short notion of what is going to happen there. And the second panel is going to be digital sovereignty, open knowledge, and global digital policy. And this panel will discuss the concept of digital sovereignty and open knowledge as tools to combat digital colonialism. And it will also address the role of European digital policy in a global context. Also a very brief notion on what is going to happen on this panel. And after these two sessions, we can all reconvene for the closing panel discussion. And this final session will synthesize insights from across the day while focusing on broader strategies for addressing digital colonialism. And at least I hope so, ensuring everyone leaves with a valuable perspective and idea for action. So our goal for this conference is kind of twofold. First, we aim to deepen understanding of how colonial power structures persist in the digital age. And secondly, we hope to inspire collective action toward dismantling these systems while envisioning alternatives grounded in justice and equity. So that's what's going to happen today. And you also find a QR code for the program there. Before continuing further and before introducing Nanjira, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to my colleagues Anja Stauder, Andreas Bischoff, Anke Schröter, Sven Finze, and my team in the Fachbereich Political Education and Plural Democracy, whose collaboration has enriched this work with valuable perspectives for their invaluable support in organizing this event. My gratitude also goes out to Colonia Nova for hosting us in this, for me at least, wonderful space. And I hope the person already arrived, but if the person arrived, I'm thanking her for managing the book table that you find there behind the curtain. A special thank you goes as well to the technicians who ensure everything runs smoothly behind the scenes and also the stream is working, and to the catering team to providing us with refreshments throughout the day. And last but not least, a big thank you to the translators who will translate the event into German. So if you want to hear lieber better in German, then you can get no, I stay with my script. Event into German, back into English, allowing you to ask a question in German if you prefer so. Okay, so finally, it's my honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Nanjira Sambuli, a globally renowned researcher and advocate for digital equality. Nanjira has been at the forefront of interrogation power dynamics in technology governance. Her work bridges policy research with grassroots advocacy while offering unique insights into dismantling dependencies within global technology ecosystems. Her extensive experience includes studying how society and technology interact, especially in the so-called Global South. She has also led discussions on fair access to technology worldwide through her work with organizations like the World Wide Web Foundation. And we anticipate her keynote will illuminate not only key complexities surrounding digital colonialism, but inspire actionable thinking among all of us. And now please join me in warming welcoming Nanjira Sambuli.
Good morning. Lovely faces all around. I'm just going to do an important check that my pace is okay for the interpreters. Perfect. Thank you for your service. I'm delighted and honored to address you all on this important, if uncomfortable, topic. And I want to thank Francesca, first for reaching out and extending this invitation and for that introduction, because now I have to live up to what has been said. But, by way of additional introduction, my work really has me addressing something that really consumes me, which is making sense of the impact at that intersection of digital technologies with politics, economics, and cultures, especially in societies. And being an African, the so-called African perspective of these disruptions and continuities informs most of my work and worldview, I should say. So including on the topic that we're here to discuss. And it's great to be back in Berlin and to make it on time, because this has been a significant location in my career. Over the past decade plus, Berlin has been a really important gathering point for the deliberations on digitalization, from innovation to digital rights to policy and advocacy geared towards the role of governments in this digital era. And it's been a really meaningful place where we've forged meaningful connections, we've had critical discussions, and very impressively, has often been a place that has gathered people from government, business, civil society, academia, and technical communities in many of the events, workshops, conferences, and summits I've had the pleasure to attend and participate in. In fact, it is first here in Berlin that we had an early discussion on digital colonialism. This was at Republica 2016, which my dear friend and colleague Renata Villa, who will be one of the speakers today, curated and moderated. It's also symbolic that we are gathered here in Berlin 140 years after another conference that commenced on November 15, 1884, and concluded on January 31st, 1885, gathered 14 European entities who later ratified the General Act of the Berlin Conference, and this is a treaty that crystallized the rules and doctrines that governed and carved up the African continent as we know it today. While the scramble for Africa had preceded this conference, the outcome of the summit, it was a sealing of the deal, so to speak. It was a deal whose consequences and effects linger to this day in the resulting post-colonial entities that were carved up arbitrarily somewhere in the city. I wonder actually in what general direction. I bring this up because the first point I want to drive home as we decode digital colonialism today is that colonialism is not just a metaphor, nor is it just a mere historical event. It persists and it endures. And let me start with a brief overview on colonialism. As one definition puts it, it can be thought of as the practice of domination, with imperialism as the idea behind that practice. Now, the logic of classic or historical colonialism followed from the perception and conviction that the economic and political destiny of industrialized countries depended on possessing exclusively the markets and raw materials. Corporations played a crucial role in colonial expansion and growth to serve their own and their colonial powers' commercial interests. They were instrumental in seizing land and establishing protectorates or spheres of influence, and would get involved in colonial administration, establishing paramilitary forces to facilitate trading goals and to increase profit. The corporations I speak of that played a significant role in the colonization of Africa include the British South African Company, the German East African Company, the Imperial British East African Company, and the Royal Niger Company, whose parts were inherited by a conglomerate we know as Unilever today. Land takeover was through vicious and violent means, both explicitly and through trading companies that served the industrialist capitalist structure on the back of colonized people and their lands. Colonialists would land on coasts and extend their dominion by enslaving labor to harvest resources and raw materials. The resulting infrastructure that they developed in the colonies, such as railways, was geared towards extraction of natural resources and bodies for cheap labor. Historical colonialism came to an end through legal change. However, what was left intact was the coloniality that underpinned it. Now, coloniality, by a very simple definition, dictionary.com even, refers to the set of attitudes, values, ways of knowing, and power structures upheld as normative by Western colonizing societies and serving to rationalize and perpetuate Western dominance. The end of colonial administrations in the modern world was not the end of coloniality. With coloniality largely intact, it has then continued to foster new forms of colonial dynamics. Neocolonialism, for example, may be a term many of you have encountered. Its dictionary definitions include the use of economic, political, cultural, or other pressures to control or influence other countries, especially former dependencies, and also the control of less developed countries by developed countries through indirect means. So it's a form of imperialism that is particularly stark in Africa and is also present in many parts of the global south. So coloniality, you could say, begot neocolonialism, which in the digital era is manifesting as digital colonialism. Now, before I continue, I want to clarify some things. I will refer and cite work that uses terms like global north and the west, as well as global south. The framing of developed and developing countries is often used as well, but the important thing I want you to keep in mind is that these frames are less about geography, so it's not about pinning down specifically which part is north or west on the globe, but it's more about a metaphor for underdevelopment flowing from the history of colonialism through to today's geopolitical realities. I'm also very specifically focusing on the historical relation between colonized and colonizing entities, which still bears effects on politics, societies, and economies today. What about China is a common question, so let me address it and get it out of the way. In the great power competition playing out in technology, China is indeed a significant player in the digital development of Africa and other parts of the global south through its digital Silk Road policy. You have companies like Huawei and ZTE in the telecommunications infrastructure sector and mobile telephony. You have Hikvision and Dahua in CCTV cameras, and the rise of TikTok as a social media giant. And these are significant and dominant in many markets. But most of China's tech industry is dominant inside China. And this is not to exonerate China or any of its problematic approaches, of which there are several. It's to just orient this input to focus on the documented continuities, especially on how the West relates to the rest, and in this case, the West's role in perpetuating coloniality in the digital era. We can always have a discussion about this, but as long as it's not about introducing a concept called whataboutism, where when we confront uncomfortable questions, well, we ask, what about the other party? And I hope you will indulge me on that. Right. Now, to digital colonialism and defining it. There are many definitions you may have come across, and some suggest that digital colonialism is a whole new form of oppression, while others see it as an extension of existing forms of colonialism. Now, rather than get bogged down in trying to determine which is the most accurate depiction, I'll try and address both and try and reconcile them somewhere. Now, in the camp of digital colonialism as a new form of oppression, exists the analysis on datafication, this trend, or a tech trend, of turning most aspects of our life into data that is quantifiable and analyzable to derive economic value and social use. From datafication has sprung the concept of data colonialism. Two authors, Nick Couldry and Ulysses Mejias, who claim to have coined the concept, say that the extraction of value through data represents a new form of resource appropriation on a par with the land grab that is the seizure of land, resources, and labor that kicked off historical colonialism. They argue that the developments in big data demand a wider frame to make sense of the social process underway through datafication, thus refashioning the term colonialism, not just to refer to the position and experiences of the global south, but to a new form of colonialism distinctive of the 21st century. And in their paradigm, they say that data, including personal data, are viewed as natural resources that are abundant, easy to take, available to be profited from, and whose exhaustion is not a problem. They argue that there are extractive rationalities that accompany data colonialism, and these are a social rationality that treats much of the labor that contributes to data extraction as valueless or as just sharing, a practical rationality that frames corporations as the only ones with the power and capacity to process and therefore appropriate data, and a political rationality that operates simultaneously to position society as the natural beneficiary of the extractive efforts of corporations. Here, they liken this to the rationale in historical colonialism, that it was a civilizational project. They talk of data's colonized subjects who are nudged towards datafication through strategies like gamification that incentivizes sharing and loyalty to processes of data extraction from which new social knowledge can be generated, such that the colonized self then exists in a paradigm that the space of a self is invaded by making tracking a permanent feature of life, expanding and deepening the basis on which human beings can exploit each other. They also offer that data colonialism involves at least two poles of colonial power from the East and the West, notably China and the USA. In this way, the expansion of data colonialism is a problem for all human subjects and for human development as such. And they add that a continuously trackable life is a dispossessed life. Resistance to data colonialism, according to them, starts from rejecting the idea that the continuous collection of data from human beings is natural, let alone rational, and rejecting the idea that the results of data processing are a naturally occurring form of social knowledge. They also add that rejecting data colonialism does not mean rejecting data collection and use in all its forms, but it does mean rejecting the form of resource appropriation and accompanying social order that most contemporary data practice represents. They've developed this concept from a working paper into a book called Data Grab that you can look up, and in it they offer more ideas on how to fight back on this so-called new colonialism of big tech. Now, remember, legal processes have always accompanied colonialism. Remember, as I mentioned, that historical colonialism ended through legal change. So in some ways, you could argue that data colonialism, at least in Europe, is challenged through similar means with instruments like the GDPR, the Digital Services Act, and the AI Act. However, one critique of data colonialism that I agree with is that while it focuses on data extraction and its distortions of knowledge through power, it does not address the colonial matrix of power. That is, the rich and important intersections of race, gender, sexuality, class, etc. And I'll expand on this concept further. In fact, it does risk reducing colonialism into a metaphor or a mere lens of interpretation, rather than showing it for the living, breathing dynamic many of us know and experience today. But there's another concept that perhaps bridges this understanding of digital colonialism as a new phenomenon and as an extension of previous forms of colonialism, and it plays out in the humanitarian sector and has been called techno-colonialism. Professor Mirka Madianu of the University of London developed this concept to foreground the perspective of people in humanitarian settings and defines it as the way that digital innovation, data, and AI practices entrench power asymmetries and engender new forms of structural violence and new inequities between the global south and north. She adds that techno-colonialism illuminates the convergence of digital developments with humanitarian structures, state power, and market forces, and the extent to which they reinvigorate and rework colonial relationships through processes of extraction, coloniality, control, and discrimination. So that when we go back to this idea of digital colonialism as an extension of existing forms of colonialism, we are assessing what digitalization means in practice in specific geographies and as experienced by a global majority, especially in formerly colonized territories. In the case of Africa, for example, one scholar, Danielle Coleman, makes a really important distinction, that to discuss the extraction, synthesis, and control of user data is to discuss the pulse of commerce, the ever-looming power of large tech companies, and the shift of human emotional interaction to everything in our daily lives. However, to discuss these things and the control of user data, the critical connectivity infrastructure by Western companies in African countries that have limited infrastructure, limited data protection laws, and limited competition, combined with social, political, and economic power imbalances and decades of resource pillaging, is to discuss digital colonialism. In some of her writing, Renata, who will be here later today, points out to some elements that create these disparities between the global north and south and that propel digital colonialism. One is resources, both capital and intellectual. With capital resources, we're talking about the ownership and control of digital infrastructures such as cables, servers, and data, as well as the availability of financial capital, be it public funds, venture capital, public-private partnerships, etc., to experiment and design new models. This kind of capital will be relatively available in a relatively cheap format, only to a few countries. But the reality is radically different for developing countries that are typically always under austerity and face high costs of capital when borrowing from markets, or strict terms for receiving loans from multilateral lending institutions. Then there's intellectual resources that refer to the availability of advanced technical talent, as well as research institutions being based in the global north. The other component she points out is the legal architecture, both domestic, which in turn tends to render human rights laws as inferior to other laws. This then translates to policies like data localization being discouraged in these countries, and instead cross-border data flows, which are essentially resource outflows, are instead encouraged. The outcome here is an exceptionally large influence by private and public sector players from the North or the West on the digital trajectories for countries in the global South. This in turn influences the politics and policies, the shaping of global standards, and even how critical infrastructure and services are provided, with steep trade-offs challenging the autonomy and even the sovereignty of these countries. So what are some of the examples of how digital colonialism is playing out? One is infrastructure, and I'll call them the $1 billion investments, and you'll understand why shortly. Undersea cables have been called the unseen backbone of the global internet and are a notable example. If you do an online search for African undersea cables, there'll be some interesting maps that come up, and some are even interactive, and they're worth checking out. But let me zoom in on some significant investments that are relevant to this discussion. Meta, formerly Facebook, has invested over $1 billion in a 45,000-kilometer subsea cable called To Africa, one word, so number 2 in Africa, that is also expected to be the largest cable project in the world, interconnecting Europe, Asia, and Africa. The system is expected to deliver more than the total combined capacity of all subsea cables serving Africa today, bringing much needed internet capacity and reliability across large parts of Africa. It's expected to connect 23 African countries. To Africa is a partnership between Meta and global telecommunication giants like China Mobile and Saudi Telecom, as well as telecommunication sector heavyweights in Africa. Google, meanwhile, has invested in its third private international cable, called Equiano. Equiano, interestingly, was a Nigerian-born writer and abolitionist for whom they named the cable. This one is a 15,000-kilometer cable running from Portugal to South Africa, with landing points in at least 4 West and Southern African countries, and is also a $1 billion project. These investments don't stop at undersea cables only. Meta has plans to invest in terrestrial fiber, that is the communication cables crossing land, such as a 900-kilometer cable in Zambia and 2,000 kilometers of cable across the Democratic Republic of the Congo that will essentially create a digital corridor connecting the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. And then in May 2024, Google announced that it was building another subsea and terrestrial cable system called Umoja. Umoja is a Swahili word for unity. And it's yet another $1 billion project that will be the first ever fiber optic route to connect Africa directly with Australia. The cable will be anchored in Kenya, and then it will pass through Uganda, Rwanda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia, Zimbabwe, before crossing the Indian Ocean from South Africa to Australia. Now, and also given the growing importance in tech for cloud computing infrastructure, we have other big ticket investments in the pipeline, such as yet another $1 billion green data center project by Microsoft into a company called G42 in the UAE for Kenya's digital ecosystem. So they're investing $1 billion for Kenya. How great. And it's worth mentioning that Huawei and ZTE are Chinese companies that have also made significant investments in terrestrial connectivity on the continent, with unofficial estimates that over 50% of terrestrial fiber is funded by the two companies. Now, as these examples illustrate, much of Africa's digital infrastructure, from subsea cables to terrestrial fiber to telecommunications and cloud, have and are being built by foreign tech companies. Therefore, there's a dependence that is being built into that. And for me, this is reminiscent of the infrastructure that trading companies and colonial powers developed in the 18th, 19th, and early 20th century in the protectorates and the colonies. And while they do serve that important function of advancing connectivity, which we could almost call a civilizational mission for the digital age, these $1 billion investments aren't just charity. They are calculated business guesses and business cases for the value that they will extract in return. And specifically, in the absence of local data center capacity in Africa, we have only 149 data centers across 30 countries. Much of the data that is generated in Africa, including by government, civic, and health data, is being and will be sent offshore via infrastructure owned in part by powerful platform companies that are hardly accountable to these jurisdictions. And some critical questions emerge, such as the resulting power dynamics between African governments and these companies and their powerful consortia. Who has the power to determine the governing laws and regulations? Whose interests prevail? And this is particularly significant where Google and Meta are concerned, as they are not only infrastructure providers, but we originally know them to be platform and content providers. And I'll be curious what other questions come up for you in that infrastructure dimension. But let me switch to another aspect, which is platformization. This is the core business model for major digital corporations, from social media to online shopping. These digital platforms provide the mechanisms for bringing together a set of parties to interact online. And platformization can be described as the penetration of infrastructures, economic processes, and governmental frameworks of digital platforms in different economic sectors and spheres of life, as well as the reorganization of cultural practices and imaginations around these platforms. One very famous example of the platformization was a platform known as Free Basics by Facebook, and I'm curious if how many folks have heard about it. Okay. Free Basics is or was a mobile app, it's not very clear if it still exists today, that was designed by Facebook to give users in developing nations access to limited online services and content for free, with Facebook as the showpiece. They called it an on-ramp to introduce the internet to those who otherwise did not have access. So essentially, it was a curated selection of web apps that didn't count against a user's data cap. And it was availed in these countries in partnership with mobile carriers in every target country. The rationale was that given how expensive mobile data plans are in developing countries, Facebook reasoned that if it could get people to taste the internet for free, they would then be convinced to become paying data subscribers and presumably Facebook users. Mark Zuckerberg used to say, some internet is better than no internet. Now, in turn, Free Basics would harvest troves of metadata on these users. For every click on the Free Basics platform, data packets would be sent to Facebook servers, giving Facebook a way to access users outside of Facebook. And it was a classic example of what we used to call a walled garden, which is a closed space where Facebook would determine the content, which is the websites and information that would be available and accessible through the app in every country and region they operated in across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Facebook was essentially creating what people called a poor internet for poor people. And you'll wonder what Facebook incentive was. Well, back then, about a decade or so ago, the conversation was about this rush to connect the next billion people to the internet. And it was a preoccupation for public, private sector, and development sector actors. But in the case of companies like Facebook and Google, they were aiming to capitalize on what's called a first mover advantage to gobble up all these users and ward off competition, both locally and internationally, as well as outcompeting and buying up any competitors along the way. By 2019, Free Basics was live in 28 African countries, out of a supposed 65 countries of operation worldwide. Meta then claimed that it had hundreds of millions of subscribers. The numbers they gave varied from 100 million to 300 million, though these statistics could not be independently verified because they do not disclose their data publicly. These acts of positive discrimination on mobile web content through billing management are called zero rating. And it's a tactic that the big tech companies have used to entrench their applications and assert market dominance, especially on instant messaging and social networking. It violates the principle of network neutrality, that all internet traffic should be treated equally. And it's important to note, for instance, that zero rating practices are banned in the EU. But in countries like Kenya, zero rating of Meta and Google apps is standard practice to date for mobile data packages. Another example I want to point out on platformization is in the fintech space. The broader umbrella of digital financial inclusion has seen governments, private sector, and development actors speak on its importance, and especially as a key driver in attaining the sustainable development goals. Financial inclusion efforts in the global south, especially through digital platforms, presents a form of digital colonialism where investor-driven interventions, whether as businesses or guised as social goods, are still geared for profit maximization and capital outflows. As a CEO of PayPal quipped back in 2015, financial inclusion is just a buzzword for bringing people into the system. Dominant financial sector actors, alongside tech companies, are involved in digital financial inclusion efforts, either directly or indirectly, either by supporting incubators and accelerators, producing fintech solutions to serve the poor, or as investors in fintech startups. A resulting and very successful model is called the buy now, pay later, and these are schemes that target the poor and marginalized. They platformize access to mobile devices, to finance at steep interest rates, and even in utilities like solar energy to the home. In the case of device financing, which is a very lucrative one, it's a business model where entities will sell smartphones to first-time borrowers through these fintech platforms, which are aggressively marketed, by the way, to this target segment. These guys will be offered a flexible interest payment plan, but it's administered such that the devices that are sold are fitted with licensed technology that monitors repayment behavior throughout the duration and automatically lock the device if payment ceases, so that it's useless until you make payments for it. Then there's digital lending that sets out to advance access to credit to the poor and marginalized, advancing microfinance, which has long been a thing in the development space. And there are many issues here, starting with the fact that in many markets, these digital lending apps have operated with little to no regulation, while aggressively pushing instant loans with undisclosed terms and conditions, which have sometimes been as high as 100% annualized payment rate. As one Kenyan put it, they give you money gently, and then they come for your neck. Crucial to this fintech business model are these endless nudges and incitements to borrow. You will receive unsolicited text messages throughout the day, enticing people to borrow at extraordinary rates. It was at some point established, for example, in the middle of the night, they would target men because of betting to take on loans, for sports games, for example. Now, these lenders will tend to forgo the traditional ways that banks secure their loans and instead have assembled a vast archive of user data to predict consumers' behavior. This tends to range from social media profiles to an informed consent where you download their app and it uploads your entire contact list to them when you first sign up for the application. And then these fintechs have also structured the market such that they benefit from iterative borrowing, so that if I cannot pay the first loan, I can borrow another one to pay off the first one, and so on. And this facilitates a cycle of indebtedness that lendees have a hard time breaking. So this digitalized access to credit, as I've mentioned, spawned off a digital betting industry that has perpetuated this digital debt, and I will not even go to that at this time. But the implications for this digitized access to credit, which, while celebrated on one hand as advancing digital and financial inclusion aims, has translated to havoc for poor and marginalized communities on the other, sometimes with very dire consequences. In several instances, loan defaulters have not only been directly threatened, where you get a phone call and actually directly threaten you, but since their contact lists were uploaded and gobbled up by these platforms, they will actually notify your entire contact list, so that to place pressure on you, or to use the concept of shame to make you to pay back. And in some communities, this has led to suicide, where people have actually taken their own lives because of the shame that has been brought upon them. So digital financial inclusion has been advanced, sure, but it's not necessarily addressing poverty. And in many instances in the global south, it's actually exacerbating it. Digital financial inclusion does not directly translate to financial health and financial well-being of the poor and marginalized who are so aggressively targeted by this. Meanwhile, the proceeds from this fintech sector form part of major capital outflows from developing economies owing to the foreign ownership of these successful fintechs. And here I'll mention that Kenya's celebrated M-Pesa is a classic example of that because of who owns Safaricom, which is the company behind it. These resources that are flowing from Kenya and other markets to Europe, for example, could instead be supporting local demand and investment projects. But as these profits are flowing back from south to north, these fintechs have also disrupted the socioeconomic fabric, not only by furthering that indebtedness, but also outcompeting the economic models that have sustained local ecosystems. In South Africa, for example, there's a new digital bank or digital-only bank called Time Bank that has disrupted the local townships kiosks. You know, in townships, you'll have these little kiosks that will sell for you little bits of, you know, everyday life. Because they've done it by setting up these so-called cash-in, cash-out kiosks in retail chain stores that they've partnered with to optimize that buy now, pay later model. So instead of buying from your local shop, you're going to buy credit in a local store, in a retail chain store, and completely disrupting the model that, you know, had these people actually earning a living. Now, the logic that drives platformization, what my friend Anita Gurumurthy has called the platformization of the everyday and financialization of everything in practically every domain, is to foster monopolies and market concentration across digital economies. Now, you couple it with the unrestricted cross-border data flows, and digital corporations in the global north are able to consolidate their hold over markets in the global south. But the sad reality is that the technologies of platforms drive extreme monopolies and further deregulation across the globe. Platform capitalism is leading to uneven and dependent economic relationships between the global north and the global south. And there's so much more that can be said about this logic. But for now, let me turn to a third dimension of digital colonialism. And this is on policy and normative influence. And here I'll be speaking specifically to Europe's role in shaping Africa's digital policy landscape. Many of you will be familiar with the term the Brussels effect, I hope, being in Europe. And it broadly refers to the EU's externalization of its laws outside its borders through market mechanisms, which in turn has created a process of unilateral regulatory globalization. In the tech sector, the GDPR is a prime example of the Brussels effect. Most data protection legislation, especially in the global south, mirrors GDPR so as to comply with the stringent regulations to maintain access to EU markets, most often more than it is to uphold rights and protections in the local contexts. But as Europe has amassed this so-called regulatory superpower status, how much of its efforts to set these regulatory standards, not just for itself, but for the world, have entailed understanding and studying the effects to other markets? Complying with EU regulations, fine, but at what cost? Especially to our economies and our businesses, as well as the data protection regimes for those societies. And I'll give you a quick example. In Kenya, we had our own sort of stakeholder-driven process for a Data Protection Act that was abandoned to just take on a GDPR-esque cut, copy, paste model because we had to maintain access to the EU markets as a large trading partner. The implications are that we have a data protection law, yes, but more it serves this market than it does serve my interests as a Kenyan. Now, and I always ask myself this, what non-Western forms of knowledge, if any, have informed how Europe goes about setting standards in a globalized world? The uncomfortable truth is that through pursuing and even celebrating this role, we are celebrating coloniality because Europe is still convinced and has convinced others that it has a privileged objective position from which it can make universal assertions and claims. And it's important to remember that modernity and coloniality is underpinned by Europe's conviction that it occupies an epistemic objectivity and can treat all other knowledges and ways of knowing as expendable peculiarities. In Africa, the Brussels effect goes further. Many of the digital policies and strategies that are being devised at national and continental level are notoriously penned by European experts who are deployed into our institutions either directly as experts or consultants, and usually through paid-for development initiatives like Team Europe. Team Europe, by the way, refers to the EU and member states who form, I think it's annual rotational committees, so to speak, the public development banks and the implementing agencies, so like GIZ, who are invested heavily in the normative and regulatory instruments in African institutions, like the African Union, our regional economic communities, and even at individual country level. These documents tend to be representations of the image of Europe and Western ideas, and barely reflect our African perspectives, even when Africans are directly involved in committees to draft outcome documents. The most recent case of this has been the recently released African Union Continental AI Strategy. Yes, there was a process that involved African experts, and the document that was released, they say, was not the one they worked on. Yep. In the case of there's also a digital trade protocol that's supposed to support the realization of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which, if realized, will be the world's largest free trade area. Now, the support that the Secretariat for that free trade area has received from Western entities is such that the outcome of a protocol has more of the interest of tech firms and the interests of these markets than it is about the African free trade area. And some have pointed out that the EU is very invested in the African free trade area as much as it is invested in realizing Europe's. And this is because there's this idea of an Africa and EU partnership where Europe tends to invoke the idea of Africa being its closest neighbor, we share a rich history, we have common values and interests, very nice and kumbaya. A partnership of equals, in fact, it has been called by some folks in Brussels, to give the impression that there's cooperation. But in reality, there are coloniality dynamics that are written all over it. And as the last aspect I'll use to assess this partnership of equals moves us into a very uncomfortable area, but that touches on history and present day. And this is on migration and border externalization. Now, migrant and refugee flows are an unfortunate reality in these times that we're living in. But migration has been framed as a security problem since 9/11, and this ideological reframing of migration has seen refugees being reduced to a security threat. Then the securitization of migration has also involved heavy technology deployments. And it's for this phenomenon that technocolonialism I spoke to earlier was coined. Now, a major thorn in the flesh of the so-called Africa-Europe Partnership of Equals is that border externalization, which pertains to extending borders and migration controls into neighboring or sending states, and in this case, mostly North Africa. Given the power asymmetries that exist between countries in the north and the south of the Mediterranean, so in this case, Europe and North Africa, you have European countries placing requests or demands on these sending or transit countries to preemptively control migration flows through bureaucracy, surveillance, and interception. And in so doing, they've outsourced the responsibility and blame to these host countries in the event of atrocities. And this has given rise to something that has been called border imperialism. Here, tech like biometrics are commonly deployed, and the enabling systems of capture are readily availed by these northern countries and humanitarian organizations, now in partnership with tech companies, to not only make these populations legible in order to detect anomalies and control borders, but the resulting datafication multiplies the geographical border and the opportunities of remote control. And this is a concept that Professor Madianu has really captured well in her book, Technocolonialism. These permanent records afforded by biometric tech capture enable surveillance of refugees in perpetuity, such that the migrant becomes the carrier of the border. And there are two other manifestations I will not go into depth, but are worth mentioning, that this is digital labor in the global south and how it's handled in service of global north corporations' quest for digital dominance. And the other is the continued extraction of raw materials, which in the case of tech entails a rush for these critical minerals to support the green transition and to power emerging systems like AI. And I believe digital labor will be discussed in one of the panels today. So why does all this matter to everyone, you might ask? Whether you align more with the argument that digital colonialism is a new concept or an extension of existing forms of colonialism, I hope we can at least agree on the existence of a perverse logic of capitalism in an age of digitalization, which others call the fourth and fifth industrial revolutions. And I hope it's evident that digital colonialism isn't just a technological challenge, it is a societal one, both historical and present day. And as I often say, the technological is political, and the unfortunate reality is that the political economy of colonialism is alive and well. I mentioned the colonial matrix of power, or the coloniality of power. And this is a really important and helpful context in understanding the persistence of colonial structures. It's a concept that was most prominently advanced by the Peruvian sociologist called Aníbal Quijano, and is referenced in all the definitional frameworks of data colonialism and technocolonialism. Very simply, coloniality of power identifies the racial, political, and social hierarchical orders imposed by European colonialism and that persist to this day, even in post-colonial states. The resulting belief systems have even been internalized by these countries, and they entrench and reproduce that logic further. Humanitarianism, for instance, came to be in an era dominated by colonialism and imperialism, even though today we tend to understand it in moral terms as the expression of a supposed natural humaneness or the imperative to reduce suffering. But there's a structural asymmetry that exists between donors and aid recipients that reproduces the unequal social orders that shaped colonialism and empire. And as several scholars remind us, migration and displacement are often the historical products of the aftermath of European colonialism. Then there's also the fact that tech and science have colonial genealogies. Frantz Fanon and other scholars have shown how science was integral to the civilizing mission of colonialism. It was a tool that was used to justify colonial rule, notably through systems of classification. AI and biometrics, for example, are part of that larger lineage of enumeration, measurement, and classification that were originally developed by imperial powers to control colonial subjects. Biometrics, in fact, were first used in India as part of the British Empire's efforts to control and manage colonial subjects. So that, as Professor Majanu asks in her book, can the principles of humanity and impartiality, the fact that aid should be directed to all humans based on their needs regardless of race, gender, or ethnicity, be upheld if biometrics discriminate by design? And these concepts have evolved in present day to things like techno-solutionism, this idea or desire to find tech solutions for complex social problems, and tech for good, which you have probably heard of a lot, which usually entails initiatives that proclaim beneficial uses of digital technologies to address social, economic, political, and even environmental challenges. They present themselves as solutions, and often with Western experts framing, funding, and shaping the resulting interventions, but in truth, they're sneaky continuities of coloniality, especially since they perpetuate deeply troubling practices, such as the ones I spoke of in fintechs. And they're powered by what has been called a sanctioned ignorance, where people in the developing world are understood through theories of the West, while the ways of knowing that do not fit the Eurocentric forms of knowledge are invalidated and destroyed. It's a kind of violence, and it's called an epistemic violence. And I wager that it hurts not just us in the global south, but all of us. And an urgent reflection for us, then, is how can we disrupt and dismantle this imposition of Eurocentric concepts and systems onto local cultures? This is the starting point of decoloniality. It's starting to expose the limitations and the harms of this objective neutrality to make universal assertions that has long been assumed by Europe and Eurocentrism. It's challenging the belief that Europe is the center of the world. And this matters to all of us. Because if we continue to hold on or refuse to challenge Eurocentric views that have shaped modernity today, a modernity that is highly unjust and unsustainable for people and planet, we're steadily marching into decline and planetary destruction. So what's to be done? I'm always asked this question, but I have no easy answers. One is awareness, inviting ourselves like we have today to engage with critical views about the world and its inequalities and injustices. Forums like these are so critical for challenging the status quo and planting the seeds of curiosity. Engage again with the works of post-colonial and decolonial scholars from across the global south. There's a great body of work, for example, on digital justice that's worth tapping into. And I'm glad that we're convened today by the Federal Agency for Civic Education, and Francesca, that you spoke of political education, which I think is what all education is about. Because we can challenge and invite collaboration on how to shape a decolonial civic education for Germany and for Europe. Because often, again, civic education is framed as this intervention for the global south and for our citizens, especially around democracy and elections. A bunch of you will gather yourselves and come and teach us how to vote wisely, that kind of thing. But what happens when we flip it and ask what civic education Europe needs and how we can help shape it? Seek out and learn about the many forms of resistance that are taking place, and where possible, support them. For example, you here in Germany can demand that the taxpayer resources that are allocated to digital development in the global south go towards supporting social innovation that is institutionalized at community level, such as locally developed platforms countering the dominance of foreign actors. In the world of fintech, for instance, there's amazing work that's happening at community level. Community-owned digital banks are sprouting in cities across Brazil, in South Africa as well, and accepting, lastly, that there are no simple answers to these tough and complex issues. I like to say that we must marinate in this discomfort and resist the urge to jump at half-baked solutions to fix it. This way, we can reason together, call upon forms of knowledge that have been sidelined along the way, and unlearn the false hierarchies that assign expertise to some and not to others. Let me close with this powerful quote by Linda Tuhiwai-Smith from her book, Decolonizing Methodologies. The intellectual project of decolonizing has set out ways to proceed through a colonizing world. It needs a radical compassion that reaches out, seeks collaboration, and that is open to possibilities that can only be imagined as other things fall into place. So that I hope here today, as we decode digital colonialism, we'll be guided by a radical compassion that will seek out collaboration as we proceed to decolonize in a still colonizing world. I thank you for your indulgence.
So yeah, thank you very much for this really, really broad field of digital colonialism. You gave us a lot to think about, but also a lot to work with, and also a lot to work with later. Just shortly mention, that's really nice that you mentioned that we should bring decoloniality into civic education. That's one of our key aspects that we are doing in our little team, trying to shape civic and political education on the grounds of decoloniality, diversity, and intersectionality. So thank you for reminding us to this. We have like 23 minutes left for a short conversation, but more actually for your questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand. My colleague will come with a microphone. We need the microphone for the translators and also for the stream. You can ask in German or in English. And since I know everybody is a little bit, needs a little bit more time probably, I have some questions here with me that I wanted to ask you, and I want to go back a little bit on the historical parallels between colonial infrastructure projects such as railways, built for resource extraction, and modern digital infrastructure, such the undersea cables you mentioned. How do they inform our understanding of a long-term dependency created by digital colonialism? I think that's, you can draw a line, actually.
Sure. I mentioned looking up the maps, and what's very interesting, for example, the undersea cable maps sort of converging around Africa, is that those are the same routes that were used for the telegram system. And the telegram system was powering the imperial system to make sure that the information was, about what's good out there, was making it back to base, so to speak. So it's on a very simple level that the parallel that the sea cables, undersea cables follow the same route tells us a lot. Right? This idea of digital connectivity being done for Africa, it's this imperative that a few people have taken upon themselves. Some call it the white man's burden, to bring, the people of the global south online. Then brings us back to the ideologies that also powered how those systems were built, and to a great extent, the kinds of innovations that we have. That's why you have, for example, mobile connectivity as this go-to for developing countries. But I always like to say the mobile phone, if it's the only way for you to connect, how much can you create? And the only things you'll be creating are feeding that ecosystem, because if you're creating for social media, you're creating to, give the data that this entity has brought this infrastructure to you. So they are still benefiting, while your consumption you're limited in thinking is the sort of arrival, the manifestation of a better future. But that's how those dependencies come. You get to this point, and then there's a new milestone, goalpost, and so on and so forth. So it's really that continuity, and I think, again, it's really underpinned by that logic that there's some people who have to be at the center of the world and control.
Yeah. Are there questions already? Okay, yeah. So, because it's all, you are the also most important people here, so you should have the next generation is also present.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for this pitch. It was super impressive. I was concentrated, trying my best to focus on what you were saying. And I wanted to ask you about, about how do we make the civil society on the African continent get involved in the way that they can frame or reframe the digital world? Because according to what you described to us, it might be very challenging to expect all the changes to come from the decisions makers. who are most of the time politicians or the state, and as they are part of the problem, I will put it this way. So how do you see what could be the best way to have the civil society empowered in a way that they can redefine the way they want to relate with digitalization? Yeah. Thank you.
That's an important question, and there's a lot of amazing work happening. And civil society is not just structured organizations, it's the communities that are resisting all the way to organized civil society. The challenge that they always come across is how do you resource those efforts, you know? And when it comes to that, we end up in a situation where your own government may not have the budgets they say that the civic agency here will have to support that work, right? So you have to rely on external actors. One of the most pervasive challenges in the digital civil society space, not just in Africa, but in much of the global south, is that the resources that are readily available are from the very companies that we were talking about, or that the way they'll be framed by development agency resources is pre-framed. I'll give you an example. In the world of cybersecurity, which is one area I look at, the resources that have come from Europe have always insisted on a particular framing, you know, human-centered cybersecurity, and I've always asked, what does that mean? What does that actually mean? Some of these things, while well-intended, have these frames that are limited and are not applicable to the ground. In my work on that topic, we've shown how you cannot remove cybersecurity concerns from the social and economic realities, where if I am scammed, for example, the knock-on effects are not just the technical ones, right? They could be economic and social. So even those resources that are coming from, say, development agencies have also these limited frames that we have to challenge, so that civil society is almost always caught up screaming outside, can somebody just support this work the way it's needed? However, there are interesting moments that are happening because the world is in such a disarray. You're finding new, strange, collaborations, like local private sector actors finding themselves siding with civil society because they have a bigger, and not enemy, but challenge that they're pushing, say external influence or external, dominance. So these new collaborations are important to keep an eye out for, but the challenge does remain that at the end of the day, we've also assumed that this is the role for civil society only, and not for every citizen to be informed about. So there's a bigger meta level about how do we make ourselves all active, aware citizens of what's happening around us, and not just reduce it to the role of a sort of organized civil society.
Thank you very much. There's two more questions. So, no, just strecking. Sorry.
Hi, yeah, thank you so much. The talk was like incredibly rich in insight, so I hope I have my thoughts ordered to ask this question. So I was interested in what you said about like the Brussels effect and how we assume that policies that we implement here are going to be helpful, and how I also see this like inherently colonial like ideology behind it, to this idea that we can be the ones who bring salvation to others. But I was interested if you could share maybe some more examples of how, for instance, the GDPR, but also other policies, conflicts with actually like self-determined policies and, production that supports the needs of the communities. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And I mentioned a few, but I'll just go back to them. The idea of data localization has been pushed as how have data, and especially civic data, stored, or health data, sensitive data about a people and a place, being stored in the country. And if you want to operate or leverage that data, you do based on resources that are in those countries. But you see in trade agreements and even in bilateral agreements, this idea of cross-border data flows. And in one particular instance, there's an addition of with trust as a terminology that was introduced that runs to that. It says, and I think even Europe has faced this with American companies, that putting these restrictions limits innovation. So the language of innovation is used as this thing that we must, lay a red carpet for without any restrictions, because there'll be these added benefits for all of us. And that one is particularly fraught because beyond just digital trade agreements, it is featuring in bilateral agreements. So that a farmer in Kenya who wants to sell their avocados to the European market has to comply with GDPR somehow. Before they export. And the compliance burden is actually quite heavy for small and medium-sized actors. And the other example of that is, like I mentioned, just those policies. Suddenly, a set of actors have descended on a country or a context and said, we need to think about an AI strategy. That's been the latest one, by the way. We need an AI policy. Why? The whys, the why, who's this for will come later. Let's first develop an AI policy and strategy for country X or region Y, and we'll go out here, we'll celebrate that there's an outcome document, but it does not reflect the realities of, say, the startups that are trying to build, the communities that are supposed to be served. So it's this everyday violence that sometimes seems so dull and mundane, but that we have to be very heightened on both sides of it. Because as you rightfully, again, identified it comes from that age-old mission that there's some people who must go out there and civilize the world or save it from itself. The fact that that endures is the core issue here. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. You could probably also talk a little bit from policy solutionism, not only techno-solutionism, but also policy solutionism. How many questions do we have? We have 1, 2. Can we combine them? And can you please be brief? Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. I'll try to make it short. Another question on the Brussels effect, if you allow. If we talk about the European Union, we have to keep in mind that the European Union is not a hegemonic bloc, but a union of 27 member states, and it came to that position through a large history. So if we compare that to the situation in the global south, like Africa or Latin America, we don't have these blocs and unions of states. So what would be the solution to confront the Brussels effect? Do we need a stronger African Union? Do we need a stronger Mercosur in order to compete with the European Union?
Lucky for a time limit, I actually have a question that connects to that, nice. Which is that in Brazil, we are normally very proud of our national companies. We have Oi, which is a Brazilian telecommunication company. We have Claro from Mexico. And you see that this pride in Latin American companies has worked in making sure that telecommunication has been largely kept within Latin America. Yeah. And I want to ask here if the Mercosur and the ideas of having this closed block of Latin American companies for Latin American countries, if this is also a future that can be envisioned with the African Union and collaboration to have certain African countries as forefronts for African data localization.
Fascinating questions. With Brazil, I was just reading about one particular app, iFood, that has sort of, changed the market and disrupted. So Uber Eats and all the others really don't have a market, but iFood has a market, not just in Brazil, but across Latin America. But there's a concept of sub-imperialism that was attached to it, this idea that you take the same model, but you localize it. So in this case, Brazil as a center, and other Latin American countries as the node, but the same logics prevail. So I think there's a lot more work there. Now that you have the infrastructure or the sort of agency at that local level to append this model of extraction, this model of capitalist logic in how it spreads across the Latin American context. That said, there's also the concept of South-South cooperation that's really, really important. And one day I hope that it's sufficiently supported where these so-called countries of the South learn from each other. Ideally, I should say, with Europe and others as co-learners and not as the center, sort of like being like, okay, I want to see what you're talking about over there, kind of thing. That helps us understand how we're making sense of history and present day, because these logics have shaped what we know today. In many countries, we're talking about an internalized coloniality, as I was mentioning, where it's now black bodies or brown bodies that are perpetuating the same logics. But there's something about learning from the communities that have been affected by the colonial and post-colonial era that is so important, not because it's to make sense of what have we done with that, what are our knowledge, knowledge systems that we want to bring back into where we're going, and how do we shape those. And ideally, Europe would be learning alongside us and not trying to be the coordinator, or not Europe, but Eurocentrism, I should say. These are things we talk about as ideals, but hopefully that we can start resourcing and critically. Thankfully, scholars are doing a lot of good work around that. I guess the age of Zoom has helped that we don't always have to try and travel. We're trying as much as possible to convene online and shape these ideas. To your point about EU not being a hegemon is absolutely true. But what is really interesting is this concept of Team Europe, as I was mentioning. So I think every year or every 2 years, five countries will come together as part of the core of Team Europe. I think Germany is rotating out of the Team Europe circuit right now, and Belgium is taking over. And then they come and work jointly. So their resources will work jointly, say, on development. They call it data for development, digital for development in Africa, for example. It's interesting because even individual countries, as they operate separately, will harken back to the idea of Team Europe or the EU thing. So when we're looking at it from the receiving end of it, there's very little to distinguish between, say, Germany and EU and how they develop or how they support development in, say, Africa. This question of African Union remains one we seek. It's both ideological, it's practical. The reality is today, as the African Union exists, it serves no one. It serves neither the Africans nor the interests that have converged to propel it. But it does remain an idea that will have to be built organically, bottom up. So regional economic communities for us are very interesting, because what happens in West Africa is sometimes vastly different from what's happening in Southern Africa and East Africa. But if we build those blocks and then rebuild the African Union as an interoperable network and not this top-down, we'll end up with beneficial things. Because what we have a situation now where even when the African Union is supported, say, on policy documents, they do not translate to local individual country levels the way the EU laws do. GDPR may have headquartered in Brussels, so to speak, but every country will have an implementing agency based on your government structure. We don't yet have those logics flowing with the African Union. And the questions of why are very important, and maybe for another discussion. But just speaks to the fact that, again, when you have an institution framed in the image of another, the AU as it exists today is very much a mirror of the EU. And most of the people who support the existence of the AU, even as it serves no one, is the EU. It speaks to the idea of trying to still reframe a continent in the image of its neighbor or closest neighbor, rather than what the continent itself demands of it. So these are so much progress, one step forward, 3 steps back, that we still have to negotiate. But hopefully one day I'll come back with better stories.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope, please join me and give a warm round of applause for Nanjira and her keynote. Thank you very much. We will hear you again on the second panel on digital sovereignty. The next panel is on data structures and work, and there will also be probably a lot of talk about the Brussels effect. Now we have a short break. Please feel free to drink some coffee, tea, eat something, talk to each other, and we will reconvene 11:45, we tried. And also the workshop is starting now on the right in the front. Thank you.
All right, it seems like my mic is on, meaning we are going to start with the first panel. So if you'd like to join us. Otherwise, the workshop begins as well. So you now have the time to kind of like see where you want to be, want to listen to us, or go to the workshop. All right, feels like things are settling. The only person missing is our third person for the panel that should be introduced from remote. Oh yeah, hello. Oh, great, so you can see and hear us. Perfect. All right, we are all complete. In that case, hello and welcome. We are now starting the panel with the title Data, Data Protection and Digital Work, the Interconnection of Digital Technologies, Human Rights and Racism. Hi, my name is Christoph. I'm the moderator for the panel today. I am a designer, so I already told the participants that I'm not really in that world, but I'm really interested in that world because a lot of things around design and technology are based on data, the data that we as user experience designers collect, for instance, the way we collect the data, what data is accessible to us, and from whom are we getting it, and do we even have the right to ask for data or just consume that data for the products that we are creating. So that is my personal access to this topic, and I'm looking forward to learn a lot today. Also, my focus is on unlearning a lot of the things that I've learned as a designer to kind of disavow modernism, the Bauhaus structure, and all of these things that were taught to me as the one and only way to perceive the world and to create in it. Again, hoping for a lot of learning opportunities with you all. So we are going to tackle this big topic in smaller chunks with a few headlines like digital colonialism, data discrimination and global value chains, data privacy as human rights. So these are our 3 tentpoles, where we then figure out where we interweave ourselves between these big topics and headlines. All right. Now I'm going to introduce our dear panelist. We have Sana Ahmad. She's a researcher focused on labor dynamics in the age of digitalization and automation with a PhD from Freie Universität Berlin. Her dissertation explored power as asymmetries between platform companies and Indian subcontractors in content moderation. She has been affiliated with WZB Berlin and the Weizenbaum Institute. Currently based at Helmut Schmidt University in Hamburg, Sana is writing a book on content moderation in India and studying migrant crowd workers in Germany. She also co-hosts Purple Code, a podcast on intersectional feminist perspective on digital technology. purplecode.org. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Then we have Sreekanth Mukku. He is a critical AI and technology policy researcher focusing on the international political economy of technology. He is the founder of Networked Futures and led the public policy and AI strategies at Hippo AI Foundation. Previously a fellow at the Center of Advanced Internet Studies, Sri has advised on AI policy frameworks and mentored in ITU innovation challenges. His past roles include senior advisory positions at IBM, where he developed market strategies in emerging markets. Welcome. Last but not least, on our screen, I think from Bremen right now, that it's Paola Lopez. She's a researcher. She is a researcher specializing in AI fairness, accountability, and algorithmic bias. Based in Bremen, she is an associate researcher at the Weizenbaum Institute and affiliated with the University of Vienna. Her work focuses on the socio-technical impacts of state-deployed algorithms and their potential to perpetuate inequality. Recognized as one of the AI newcomers of 2023 by the German Informatics Society, Paola has contributed significantly to understanding algorithmic discrimination, notably through her research on the Austrian AMS algorithm and Twitter's image cropping algorithm. Welcome. All right, so to open our conversation, we want to talk about digital colonialism with a focus on data. We have already heard a lot about that topic thanks to the wonderful introduction. And thinking about that myself, so there's this old saying, it is old right now, from Clive Humphrey, who said, like, data is the new oil. He said that almost 20 years ago. I feel so old right now. It was in 2006. And in a way, it seems that he was right in many ways that we can attribute to colonialism. When we're looking at the protest against the Dakota Access Pipeline, for instance, or the ecocide in the Nile Delta, all of things that combine colonialism and the greed for oil. Under this perspective, seeing data as this new oil with all of the things that it entails, all the extractivism, I'd like to ask you, Sana, because you have extensively studied global power relations, what parallels do you see between the historical exploitation of resources and today's extraction of data from regions of the global majority?
Right. I think this is a great question. Thank you so much. And first of all, I'm sorry that I missed your keynote. I have an almost 5-month-old baby and had to take care of her. But I'm glad I could make it here for this panel. I think before I talk about the historical sort of exploitation that is going on, I think it's important to sort of also say what is data, what kind of data is being captured, and how does data play a role in power relations and global value chain. So I look at, I've been studying platform and technology value chains, right? How platform companies, technology companies have been, outsourcing the work of managing these platforms, maintaining these platforms to the global south, to India particularly, but also to migrant workers in Germany. And how that sort of extraction of value from this labor enables companies to generate advertisement revenue, expand their platform infrastructure. Now, data is crucial to this in two ways. One, in terms of data work, in terms of content moderation, in terms of data entry, in terms of managing these platforms, right? On the other hand, we can also think about the capture of data in terms of the labor process, right? So companies have certain processes of extracting productivity from workers, and when they do that, there is also capture of data of the workers, how workers are working, right? A lot of these companies, platform companies, they have machine learning models integrated into the work software, which are capturing how workers are working in terms of how much time they take to complete a task, what kind of tasks, are they forwarding, how are they resolving a problem in the task. So all of this is actually being captured, and being used to train these models for management, you know. So this results in algorithmic management of work and workers. Now, what this is doing is that it's limiting the autonomy of not only the workers in terms of how much time they have, how much control they have over their own tasks, but it's also limiting the autonomy of the management in these subcontracting companies. So think, for example, Meta, right, Facebook, which is outsourcing the work to, it could be a big company like Infosys, it could be a small and medium enterprise, right? And when you sort of like constantly monitor and surveil workers, the way they're functioning, then you reduce the tasks of the management in these subcontractor companies, and instead you're controlling the process of you know, how you send work to workers, etc. And you know, this kind of practice, this data grabbing practice, which we can also see in combination of, you know, the large increased computing power of these companies in terms of, you know, the concentration of the tech workforce which designs these, you know, products, the concentration of financial capital with these, you know, some of these companies which are mostly based in the US. This is rooted in, you know, an unequal global economy, you know. So what has been happening then is that you see a continuation of how companies, they devolve risks, they devolve costs and flexibility into the value chains, into the global value chains, and they sort of like combine together the spatially dispersed units into a collaborated activity. So this removal of, especially with this platform and technology work, this limitation and even removal of autonomy is this continuation of colonialism and imperialism, where some geographies, some actors are suppliers of labor and services, and some have become the innovators.
Oh, thank you for the answer. In many of the examples you said, mentioned, we could also say like, well, that's just exploitation of data. So this happens to Germans, this happens to Americans, so Amazon factories, or the delivery people bringing your pizza who are also under the threat of the algorithm deducting their pay if they're too slow and so on. What do you think is a uniquely connecting principle to colonialism? You said there is also the material that are from the global south that are fueling that machine, but is there a more direct one-to-one for, let's say, if I talk to an Amazon worker in Berlin who says like, yeah, but this is a German problem, why do you have to bring colonialism in now?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is something that is still sort of in the process of, we're still trying to think of in the process of digital colonialism. You know, some people would say, well, it's a form of imperialism that is still existing. Can we call it digital colonialism? And what can be the alternatives? Should we be thinking of decolonialism? Should we be thinking of anti-colonialism, right? So how do sort of like an anti-colonial or decolonial way of operations work? I think what I'm trying to focus here is more on the autonomy, and more on the sort of like relegation of certain tasks to certain actors, whether that's migrant workers here or marginalized communities in the global north, or workers in deindustrialized zones of the global north, or that's workers in the global south, right, who are, in terms of material aspects, in terms of political economic aspects, are relegated to performing certain tasks and have become the suppliers rather than the innovator. So how that sort of like structurally they're being reduced to performing certain tasks.
All right, thank you very much. I'm now heading over to Sri. So in many countries of the global majority, vast amounts of data are collected, often without sufficient privacy protections or involvement of local populations. So how can European data protection regulations, such as those established by the GDPR, an acronym we heard a lot today already, help regulate these forms of data extraction?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. And it was a great stage set already for this discussion. So if we see today, there's already 70% of the nation states have adopted one form of the other, the GDPR or kind of a regulation or kind of a data protection regulation, but they are at a different stage, right? Because of the resources available and the technical know-how available to them, and the kind of the education and awareness levels the populations have, and the government's capacity, to have these regulatory bodies established in the global majority. So what I see is the three things, right? So one is you have a problem of lack of awareness in the global majority that is coming from the lack of resources. It's all connected somehow to the lack of resources and lack of financial capacity and the institutional capacity on one hand. And the second is the governments are seen as regulators somehow. So the regulatory bodies and the governments are not seen in different ways. It's like they're not somehow autonomous. In the global majority countries, they are seen as more of part of the government. So that there, if you don't have the separation of regulatory and the government, then encroaching of the power happens. So it's a peculiar problem or a common problem in the global south, but which is when you see from here, it's a kind of a little peculiar problem. So yeah, we can talk about it more in the next questions. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you made the emphasis on differentiation between here and how it works in other countries, because I personally have the feeling that in Germany, which is a very rules-based society, if there's a rule laid down, GDPR and so on, we are really big on these topics when it comes to security and all of that. And sometimes I feel there is a sense of superiority that comes with it because we have regulated everything. We are the orderly folks. So what do you think? What's a responsibility that Germany has in this as a very powerful actor?
So on one hand, the capital logic, which is followed across the globe, which comes from the Western concepts. But the issue is when you have regulatory mechanisms for data protection, it is either you solve human rights issues, or you solve the innovation issue, or is it a public safety or national security? These are some of the 3 or 4 components involved in data protection in the global across the regulatory mechanism. But when you talk about rules, even in Germany, you have these problems, right? So it's a kind of a conflict between public safety versus privacy, economic logic, and versus privacy. So these are a kind of a conflict which is not resolved in global north. So obviously it cannot be resolved in the global south as well. So what I see is Germany alone cannot play this role as a resolver of global issue. This is a global concern, and more so in the global south because of the, as I said, the resource and the technological problem, the lack of it is a big issue. So it's not for Germany alone to solve this, but it is like you need to have a compact. Already there are mechanisms in place, but if you have seen recently, there was COP26. There was an agreement of 300 billion has to flow into the into the global south to tackle climate change. So, but these similar kind of things can go into managing data governance. But the issue is the resources are meager everywhere. Even in the global north, the spending resources on problems of others is not really a favorite topic, right? Today, it's always a huge problem. So it is, on one hand, it is a problem of resources. On the other hand, it is problem of epistemic like it is coming from the age-old coloniality, so which is actually perpetuating in some way or the other. So you need a body which is already, there are some, like let's say a global policy forum. There is a global policy assembly happens every, periodically. There's, I think, 14th or 15th happened already. But that is, that is not serving the real purpose, because there are no resources to flow from global north to south. It is only a place to deliberate, and then they learn from European GDPR, rather than there is a deliberation to understand what actually privacy means culturally, politically, socially, and economic science, from economics perspective in the global south. This really doesn't figure in the deliberations.
Yeah.
So the deliberations should happen, what actually global south want, rather than what global north wants to give. So this has to be resolved first, than talking about how to resolve from global north. Because it cannot be top down.
I guess that's the old urge from the West to heal the world that they have broken. And when I'm listening to you, what I'm hearing also is that Germany, even though we are so proud about data privacy and GDPR and all of the things, that we have still a lot of internal contradictions that we need to resolve before we are the arbiter of, hey, I'm helping you, this is how we can do this.
Exactly.
All right, thank you. So now to Bremen, Paola. Hey, hello. My question to you would be, algorithms and AI systems often rely on larger data sets sourced from various regions around the world. Do you see forms of data colonialism here, where data from regions of the global majority are used to drive technological advances in the global north? So where we here profit from it.
Yeah, hi. So the first question is, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so
Yeah,
you can see my giant face and you can hear me okay, so that's good. Thanks so much for the invitation and for the question. And unfortunately, I was not able to participate in the first part. I was teaching here in Bremen. So I will start with a general remark, also about what Sana said about these notions like digital colonialism, data colonialism. This is, of course, a comparison. And we think we know what we mean when we talk about colonialism, and then we attach that to the digital sphere or to data. But I think the interesting question is not so much, is this data colonialism or is this the correct notion? But for each notion, which kinds of thinking does it enable and facilitate if we think about data practices as data colonialism? So what can we learn from the past? What can we learn from shapes of resistance? And how can we transfer them to the digital context? So what can we see if we apply the lens of data colonialism? And also one preliminary remark, maybe, that talking about data is super important, because data is, as you said, the material of AI systems and many other algorithmic systems. But it's also important to talk about the literal materiality of it all, like cobalt and lithium that's being mined everywhere. And my dear colleague and friend at the Weizmann Institute, Rainer Rehag, once said in a talk that computers themselves are like a symbol of digital colonialism, because the resources are taken from the global south, then a computer is produced, and then it is either sold back to the global south, or if it's sold in the global north, then the electronic waste is sent back to the global south. So it's every part of this digital ecosystem is intertwined. But if we then go back again and talk about data, I think it's so important. It's the material of AI systems. Profiling users is the ultimate business model of so many platforms. And there are many comparisons around that data is a resource and like a raw material. And if we stay in this imagery, it makes sense to talk about mining data and extracting this natural resource from the global south. But I think one key difference is that data does not occur in the natural world. So each data point has a history and it has to be produced. And it's a social product of social practices. And sometimes I get the feeling that seeing this data as a natural resource that is extracted from the global south, this imagery has some problematic aspects of naturalization, as if people from the global south that this data is taken from are like nature. So people are nature and they contain data like crystals in caves, and then this data is taken from them like natural resources. So it has some weird imagery with it. But each data point is the result of a social practice. So companies from the global north with maybe stricter data protection laws exploit the fact that the law is national, that there are less strict data protection laws in the global south, and they do things, they do practices that would not be allowed in other regions in the global north, and they offer services that collect data by its users in a way that is super intrusive and invasive. And the result of these practices then is used to generate profit or to test technology and then generate profit. So the famous example of the biometric authentication, using iris scans in refugee camps and then using that as a testing ground to fine-tune other surveillance technologies, or a lot of education tech that's being offered in public-private partnerships in many regions. So it's more similar to like labor exploitation, which Sana, of course, has researched a lot about. So we use knowledge and results and products generated from the very fact that there are differences in protection levels and differences in working condition protection levels, and then generate profit.
Yeah, thank you. I think that was important reframing, not looking at data as an ore that is mined from the ground, but the ground now is human beings, but more as this, you said, labor and the cultural practices. So in my mind right now, they're forming pictures around the cultural colonialism that came with the extraction, let's say, in the northern parts of the Americas, where language was brought in, where Christianity was brought in, and the schools were created to strip Native Americans of their culture. So is that an analogy? Is that a process that is a better frame if we're talking about colonialism and how data extraction maps onto it?
I wouldn't want to discard the notion of data colonialism at all. I think it has very useful aspects in historic continuity, in power relations, in global inequalities that really speak to the actual phenomenon of colonialism. I just wanted to add a little like extra thought to that. I'm not against this notion, but I think we can look at what kind of thinking it enables and what kinds of social action it enables.
Yeah, thank you, definitely. You got a point towards that?
Yeah, can I add to that? Thanks so much, Paola. I think this was a really good intervention. I think when we look at the social relations within which data is being captured, it allows to also see the agency of the actors, right? So when talking about workers are not just there to give data. They come with their own meaning, with their own aspirations, why they're doing this work. And they're also resisting. Not in the sense that we understand resistance here in Europe, but in different ways, you know. So there might be collective bargaining, there might be unionization, but there might be other ways, you know, workers trying to sort of cheat ways in the software, or exiting from the employment contract, or things like that. So there is this, if you see these social relations and the how it's also sort of underpinned by conflict and contestation, it then sort of brings another layer of looking at of data beyond these naturalization aspects that Paola was talking about.
Yeah, I think that's fascinating. Maybe there is the notion of a data strike where we say like, no, we are not giving out our data for your use for whatever you want to do with that. We are also going forward now to talking about discrimination in the global value chain, and I think there is a good connection here, because when we're talking about labor and knowledge work, for instance, it's often not really clear what the value creation is. So if we take value from the olden days of there's a factory and there are laborers and they create a chair or whatever from raw material. So there is kind of like, it's still kind of an analogy where you can see where labor is and where the profits come in. But knowledge work is this new field where value is often a little bit more obfuscated, and I think this is something that is also true for data, which might be linked to a form of knowledge work, even if people don't actively participate in it most of the time when they just use Facebook or other social media platforms. So talking about these value chains, Paola, I would ask you, so you have conducted extensive research on algorithmic discrimination. So can you provide examples of how data-driven systems reinforce discrimination in labor markets and or these global value chains?
Yeah, so the notion of discrimination, there's so many levels on which we can speak about discrimination. And first of all, there is the legal concept. So this discrimination is very specific. It means that a person is treated differently and experiences disadvantage because of a protected characteristic, such as gender or race or age or health condition. And these are explicitly listed in these legal regulations. So this is mostly tied to national legislation or supranational legislation, which is such a problem and such a limitation. Discrimination law is so narrow. And whenever we think globally, discrimination is very hard to pinpoint as a legal concept. And it's also so tied to the individual. There is no systemic anti-discrimination law. It only applies to individuals. So it's so narrow and it's so faulty in itself. And it cannot capture global relations. It just cannot from its legal setup. So this is something that is fundamentally hard for the law. That's the whole problem, that the law in one place doesn't have to be the law in the other place. And then in these gaps, like global location and law are weirdly intertwined to create these gaps in which then oppression can grow, of course, not unobserved, but very strategically. So if we don't talk about discrimination as the law, we often mean things like injustice or exploitation, disadvantage, vulnerability. And in the context of labor markets, there are many points at which these disadvantages, be they discrimination or not, can enter a person's life. So if we start with the condition of not having labor, of being unemployed, then there is the welfare state aspect, which I have researched a lot. There has been a big scandal in Austria, my home country, where I spend most of my life, in which the public employment office wanted to deploy an algorithmic system to allocate its resources. So you have lots of unemployed people, and the question is who gets what. And those that are unemployed, they were taken and put into a prediction machine to predict their chances on the labor market. And so you insert personal data of a person, and out comes a chance score. And then they did a triage, or they planned to do a triage. So if you have high chances, you will not get much support because you don't need it. You have high chances. If you have super low chances, you will not get that much support resources because it's not efficient. And the focus will be the middle chances group. And there has been so much attention and concerns about discrimination because it turned out that the features, gender and age and health status and citizenship, are explicitly used in this calculation. So if you have a bad health, then you have bad chances, and you might not get support because you're in the lowest category. And if you have a bad gender, we know which one this is, you will have lower chances. And then there is the intersectional aspect. If you have a bad health, bad gender, and a bad age, and bad citizenship, this can accumulate and catapult you to the lowest category. So this was a huge problem about discrimination, but it was taken to court not with discrimination, but with data protection concerns. And this happens very often, that discrimination concerns cannot be taken to court effectively because they're so individualized, and a systemic problem can be taken up by data protection. But in general, the principle is very often an organization wants to make something more efficient and less messy, and they want to transfer accountability and decision-making and all that stuff to some mechanism and make it more abstract. And this never happens in areas of privilege. So no privileged person with situative power and agency would say, please process me and my matters by an algorithm. It's always people in already vulnerable situations that should cost less and that should be made efficient. So it goes very well with existing inequalities and vulnerabilities.
Thank you. I wasn't aware that the court case was around data privacy. I heard about that the system was taken into the court, but that's kind of disheartening to hear. But it is fitting to the state of discrimination law as you described, which is also not really covered by the AI Act, if I am rightly informed, because there are a lot of parts of discrimination that will just slip through again. But handing it over to Sana, talking about global value chains. So they increasingly rely on digital labor. And could you please give us some example, digital labor, because we're talking about broad concepts, but I know you got some.
Yeah, I mean, as I was mentioning, what I mean by digital labor or data work, one refers to, just sort of managing these platforms, doing the work of, training these software for automatically moderating platforms. And sometimes you also see the limits of automation, especially in content moderation, because there's a need for nuances, and there's a lot of uncertainty in the world of social media platforms, right? So content moderation, if you don't know, it's the cleaning of social media platforms, and companies outsource this work to different places. So that's one kind of data work, but the other is in terms of training the models for managing the workers, right? So how companies, so you see, I mean, if you think about any kind of labor process, once the management requires workers to do something, there's going to be any kind of uncertainty, right? In the sense that even though there is an employment contract which establishes the exchange of, sort of labor power for wages, the workers still are agents of their labor power. Whether they put that, required amount of labor power or not, how is the sort of management, trying to find ways to extract surplus value, etc., right? When that sort of configuration happens in an outsourced setting, the degree of uncertainty increases. Are the workers going to be doing the work or not? Is the subcontractor management going to ensure that the quality and the quantity of the work is ensured or not? So there's n number of uncertainties, and companies therefore try to control this process. So when they automate certain aspects of management through algorithmic management, they try to reduce the business risk and increase the productivity. So this is again also happening from monitoring and surveilling the workers. And I think we can get to the privacy aspect of it, how they're capturing the data, do workers know about it or not, etc., etc. But just in terms of, so this is the digital work that is happening, and it's interesting that what kind of work is resulting from it, right? So oftentimes the reason that is given for outsourcing work, or people who rationalizing it, reasoning it is, well, at least it's creating employment, and that's true. I mean, of course, there's a lot of countries who are ridden with the issue of unemployment, lack of access to decent work, right, which is also happening here in Europe. So within that context, of course, there's jobs, but the question is what kind of jobs, right? What kind of jobs are people doing? So this data entry work, data management work, content moderation, these are not, of course, one way of looking at it is from decent work, which is an ILO definition of decent work. It has certain characteristics. But I think in a more general sense, one can look at it from a skill aspect. What kind of skills are people developing? Are they building any skills or not? If you look at the sort of longitudinal research for a long term that has been happening on, customer service work, data work, content moderation, whatever you call it, people are stuck in similar kinds of jobs because they are not able to build any skills. When you outsource this data work, you break it into tiny pieces. You don't just sort of like say, okay, hey, you're going to be moderating the hate speech on Facebook. It's broken into very tiny pieces so that it can be monitored and controlled, so that productivity and quality can be ensured. So what that's doing is that it's taking away the discretion from workers, their autonomy, how they can, so why do people join content moderation? They are interested in my research. People were interested in, at least in India, building skills in digital marketing. But now they don't really know anything about, what kind of content moderation policies are being designed. How are they designed? Who are the users? What are the users doing? What kind of product social media platform is? So there's also so much secrecy. That's another element. There's so much secrecy around this kind of work that workers don't really know.
Yeah, plus the psychological effects, right? If you're labeling content that should be unfit for the public and this is all you're seeing day in and day out, how that can break a person. So do you think that through this digital labor that there are new forms of exploitation that are created specifically through this interaction with labor, which weren't there before when we were talking about factory and tangible things?
I'll get to that, but before that, I just also wanted to briefly say, so one thing is about the skill, but then it's also a question of wages, right? So people are doing, in absence of any sort of skill development possibilities, workers are putting their own sort of, efforts into developing skills, whether it's within the process, labor process, or outside of it, and oftentimes that's invisible. Invisible to the management, invisible to, and it's not valued. It's not socially valued, it's not economically valued, and that brings us to the question of wages, So in some countries now, big companies are complying with minimum wages, but at the same time, the question of living wages is still far from being discussed, right? So in India, for instance, there is this labor rationalization where companies are still hiring workers, freshers or non-experienced workers, and those entry-level wages haven't increased in the last 15 years or something. So what companies do is that they hire these entry-level workers and then they train them according to the standards of the local clients. So workers are not really earning much, right? So when they go to another company, then they can get some increase in wages. But this kind of labor rationalization is also something that we're seeing across the technology industry and data work. And by technology industry, I mean this kind of BPO service work. New forms of exploitation. Yeah, I mean, I think I've also touched this throughout what I've spoken so far. We see these new forms of exploitation mostly happening through algorithmic management, through the software. One is in terms of how work is routed. This is coming from already conceptualized by Richard Edwards in 1979. The direction of work, you know, how work is being sent to workers. You know, they have very limited possibilities of what tasks they select. You know, the software is automatically sending them work. Then it's, there is also monitoring and surveillance of workers constantly, you know. Their task is highly controlled, how their production time is spent, but also how much breaks they can, how many breaks they can take, you know, 15 minutes, and then your software turns red, you know, you have to get back after your coffee break, or one lunch break, or stuff like that, right? And oftentimes workers would say, I feel like I'm in a kindergarten, you know, that I'm so highly, or things like, and these are specific words from workers, and this was in Germany, that I feel like I'm chained to my table, you know, that I can't move. And then it's about also rewarding and disciplining. So all of this is happening through the software. Of course, you still need the management who goes around, the supervisors, you know, team leaders who checking and stuff. But this control that is happening through the work software, through algorithmic management, it's we can see that it's limiting workers' control over their tasks and time, and that's a form of exploitation that workers feel. That's a form of distress that workers are experiencing.
Which then would lead to a higher form of alienation, right? Where you cannot really connect to what you're doing, which then would lead also to detrimental effect to your psychological well-being and so on. So, handing it over to Sri. So, what role does data privacy play in the role of these global value chains?
So, if you look at the capital flows, right? So where they are coming from, and then how the applications or platforms are developed. Though, you know, in the initial phases, you have platforms coming from the US, which is a Silicon Valley model, you want to say. And I want to come back to the first remarks you made on data as, you know, oil. Mm-hmm. And that actually set the, you know, stage for every country to extract value from the data. So then, of course, the data is produced by people. It's a public good, but we see this as an economic good, and it's a privatized, you know, it can be privatized asset rather than a public good or common good. So this narrative of data as oil is caught up so soon in countries like India, for example. So the capital comes from the US or venture capital firms, you know, in the US. It comes to India, and then the same logic is applied, same kind of platform models are applied in India. It's not really different, right? So you have e-commerce giants in the US, which is Amazon, and then you have replicas of the same in India. Similarly, you have for each, you know, sector segment of data digital economic activity, you have one application or one platform, but the same replica you have in Global South. So it simply follows the same logic. But at the same time, when you extract value out of data, it is the people's data which is there. It's a private data. It's not a, you know, it's collectively augmented so that you can actually bring insight onto the platform. So I'll give you one example how, you know, let's say Google Fund, which actually funds startups in the Global South. So they funded an app called My Gate app. Like it's to manage the security and the domestic help in Indian you know, housing societies. So this app is you know, used by the let's say the resident of the apartment, and to monitor their domestic help, they use this app, and they don't know, the domestic help doesn't know actually what kind of data is extracted from, you know, personal data is taken from them and how it is processed. But when you ask the resident that why this app is there, they say it's like for safety, their own safety and their privacy. So now whose privacy is taking precedent, right? So there's somebody else's, at the cost of someone else's privacy, you are gaining privacy. So this discriminatory approach, it is not coming from, it is not coming from the app or the company alone. It is actually the logic where, the data can be assetized, and the value can be extracted. And this logic actually gives you an idea to pitch for venture capital so that it has currency and then it can be funded. And the same thing can be again used for profits. So this is the value chain where you have a problem with the data privacy, where even Indian law, what you have today, it cannot actually regulate this kind of minute issues within the social space.
Mm-hmm. So let me piggyback on this. So from the global value chain around data back to the material, from the sustainability side, there are now conversations about supply chains and where is the cotton sourced from, how are the laborers paid, and so on and so forth. Would it make sense to have something similar around data?
So if I understood correctly, so you mean to say the sustainability angle to the data value chain, how this works in the...
Yeah, because we've heard a lot about how the data is basically sourced from places where the people are not treated well, where they are living under conditions that are psychologically not acceptable, that are exploitative, and that makes me wonder that can regulation here be a factor when we're talking about these value chains? To kind of say, okay, no, we only, for our model, we only take data that was trained in a way that does not harm the worker training it, or something similar.
Yeah, there are approaches. Let's say today we have the commons-based approaches, governance approaches are localized, communities, and the collectives can manage their own data rather than data coming from the companies and like civic tech movements in most of the places these days. It's very popular. Like even in Berlin, you can see that. You can see in the global south as well. Even in India, there are applications are developed by the communities and then further communities themselves. But that's very small compared to the scale what you have, the big tech and the whole ecosystem, right? So it is like you have billions of dollars versus a few thousands of dollars, and then the power asymmetries and the kind of asymmetries what you have, it's enormous. So in the similar way, how this happened in the earlier stages of capitalism, the same you can see in the data sphere itself, right? So but these are good steps to have localized and collectives and community-based platform development, so that they can manage their own privacy issues. Let's say data trusts are built for healthcare, for instance. So where the data, the consent has to be given from the patient, and doctors and patient can work in the data stewardship model. So these models are available, but it's not very much prevalent across, right? So that's the problem today. What you have.
Yeah, I'm asking because we are not skipping AI anymore. AI is so pervasive that we will have to contend with it, even though a lot of people in the NGO sector or in the civil society know that the way these models are trained go against a lot of their ethical understandings of how the world works, even the purpose they are building their companies for, the purpose they want to use AI for. But there will then always be the taint of knowing, yes, I'm trying to solve something with AI, but the pain and suffering that has been put into that model for me now in Germany to use it to try to alleviate another person's suffering, and how do we get out of this conundrum, and that is now a big question.
Yeah. So I would add something beyond privacy, right? It's not just privacy at stake, but it's like a lot about sustainability, and the power relations are at play, right? So if you see the AI, since you brought AI into the topic, into the discussion, so the whole product life cycle, you can see how the minerals extraction from maybe in Latin America or in Africa, in Southeast Asia, to to build infrastructure, to build even microprocessors, to all the way delivering the service or building an application in many places. So this is all across the value chain. You see the exploitation right from the mining and the mineral extraction to the data work, what she was talking about, and the surveillance of the consumers and the workers, and so it's across. So on one side you have exploitation of the the resources and the workers. On the other side you have surveillance models. So it's across the value chain what we need to look at if we look at the AI as one product.
Yeah. Sana, you want to add something? You look like all right. So we are slowly getting to the part of the Q&A. So, but before we get there, I wanna ask you, and especially Paola, since you're not here with us in the room, if there is something that you still want to add, something that you felt was not really touched upon, but is really burning on your soul right now. All right, thank you. You're all satisfied with that. All right, great. So then I'm curious to hear what the people have to ask. So what do you want to know?
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much for all the aspects. I think I somehow stayed with your thought, Paola, by saying there might be a wrong image speaking about data colonialism in terms of that it is a social construction, and not so much that we can, or that coloniality means extracting data as raw material. And I was wondering if this is also somehow, let's say, a wrongful perception of what raw material means. And I was thinking about Katrin Yusuf's work within media geology and the Black Anthropocenes by saying that raw materials have also been a social construction by saying that raw materials have been perceived through colonialism as black bodies, and that's why they became extractable somehow. And having said this, I was wondering in how far it is exactly not just the exploitation of labor nowadays, it is also the exploitation of data in the perception of a raw material which is somehow affiliated with black bodies in a way, so that it is the dehumanization of this process we have to take into consideration, which is to exploit not just the labor, it is really about exploiting data in, yes, I just already said it, in the perception of the black body as being a dehumanized body. And that's why I mean, when Yichan has said this, that's why we have to think about race as a technology, so that this kind of racial relation has been so much implied into all operations of technology in a way. So, is it a question? Is it a comment? Sorry, I was just wondering, yeah, maybe what your thoughts on this are.
So Paola, do you have something to add there?
Yeah, thank you so much. This is such a brilliant comment, and it's such a cool connection to looking at the actual thing that is actually being used as a metaphor, which is geology, and I know nothing about that. So I will look into that. It's super interesting. I think whenever we use terminology or metaphors or comparisons, we can always be attentive to which level we are speaking on. So in the level of critique, we should absolutely do that and say, hey, these practices treat human bodies and human labor as something that is below than human. And on a level of critique, I would say that's a very good thing to do. But on a level of analysis, if we think about how we conceptualize things, this is just where my little intervention is. I meant it to be a part of this analysis part, that when we think about this before practicing critique, we should be attentive of all the meaning that the imagery contains. And then when we step into critique, then we can throw it all out, you know, and we can just attack the practices and name them as we see them in the setup of critique, but just to separate these two things, critique and analysis. And with analysis, we can, yeah, what I just said. But I love this comment. I will research geology and the social contraction of raw materials ASAP.
Can I also add to that? Thanks for this question. I mean, it's not just extraction of labor, right? I mean, this labor is also connected to the land and resources, right? So, I mean, where are the workers working? They're working in special economic zones mostly, or software technology parks, where they have access to, you know, uninterrupted electricity, concessional land. You know, they're often also given 100% sort of tax-free status in terms of contributing to the export-driven economy. So, of course, we also need to see how the land and other resources are also being exploited together with the labor. Where are the workers working? So, you know, I mean, these companies, whether it's Google or Meta or etc., they have their subsidiary offices in these special economic zones, or the subcontractors also working because the standards are set, you know, this is where the companies need to work in order to supply resources, in order to supply the labor. So, yeah, so thanks for bringing that up. If I can also make a short note, if the people could also introduce themselves very briefly, just for us to also know what kind of participation is here, what kind of backgrounds are you coming from, that'll be great. Thanks.
I think there was a question from before. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So first for the introduction, my name is Jan Doria, Institute for Digital Ethics at Stuttgart Media University. I wanted to point out at the question our moderator brought up, because you talked about the AI models we kind of have to use in order to come with the technological development, but we don't want to do it because we know of the ethical problems. Is that really a new dilemma? Because we have already had it with products of the everyday life, like clothing, like food, like banana, like chocolate, and so on. And so just a practical question, what do we do with that? So for food, for banana, for chocolate, we have found the solution of fair trade. We have the fair trade chocolate, the fair trade banana, which is maybe not the best solution possible, but a step forward. Do we need something like a fair trade AI model?
Yeah, that was kind of like the thing that I wanted to find out. Is there something that you have about that?
Okay, so thank you for the question. So it's so we already have so many ethical frameworks, right? So everywhere you have, you know, first to start with the European high-level expert group, which started with this, and then there are academics. So many academics wrote about how fair and ethical practices have to be, embedded from the design to all the way implementation of your systems when it goes into the market. So, and there are regulations which are again, feeding into this. So there are already, certain level of fairness people wanted to bring, both from a market side. There are responsible AI, there is a trustworthy AI. So you name it, it's like you have, coined different kinds of words to make this fair and make this ethical. But the question is how ethical they are, and then whether they serve the purpose what is intended to, right? So that is the question now, because when you say responsible AI cannot be responsible, right? So the humans have to be responsible for AI to be implemented in certain way, which actually either benefits or doesn't benefit, but still you just make AI models to just get funding. So that's what is happening most of the times, right? So you just get the AI application or a large language model you develop, and then you bring it out, and then it serves no purpose sometimes, but still you get billions of funding into it. So this is basically is a capitalist logic basically, which functions rather than there is a fair trade. Even if you have fair principles, like let's say OpenAI says we follow all kinds of ethical principles, right? They say it's a safety and privacy, or even DIE. So it's you name anything, they have it in their document. But whether it serves the purpose what it intended to or not, that's the question. We need to answer this, but that's a question.
Yeah, and I think what you brought up, one of the bigger questions is then also, does this thing that we want to do actually need AI? Do we need that data? Because you said like a lot of products are now being made because there is money in the label of, there's AI in there, and there's a lot of public money also flowing into that industry, creating things where the question remains like, why?
Yeah. So we cannot stop human progress. So we need to constantly think how we get better. So some of the things are beneficial. Like let's say we want to live healthy lives. So how do we live healthy lives but long enough? So that is the and normal well-being itself, right? So human welfare and well-being, that itself is a progress what we made in the last centuries. So our longevity improved, our life expectancy, life standards have improved because of the technology. There's no dispute in this. But how we deploy them, and what kind of technologies are there, and whether they are really serving the intended purpose, that is what the question, as I said. So let's say acceleration, right? So there's one word all the time we hear, AI acceleration. So there is a fascinating book by Social Acceleration by Professor Hartmut Rosa. So he wrote about social acceleration, how technology is aiding social acceleration. Pace of life is accelerating day by day. So this basically innovation logic works on that. So we need to accelerate to be human beings. That's the kind of framework we have adopted somehow. So now whether this acceleration is doing good or not, that's the question. Because you cannot decelerate. That's what his argument is. There is no deceleration from the progress. But acceleration without meaningful engagement with other people, with nature, with the things of the world around you. So that is the problematic issue we have. Like let's say sustainability, where resource exploitation is happening because of the technology progress. That is because we are doing mindless progress rather than meaningful engagement with the nature and the people. That's
Yeah, I mean, there's also this huge discussion then to have if we truly can't take the foot from the accelerator, or if progress is synonymous with technological advancement.
I wanted to add, yeah, I mean, exactly what kind of interests and whose interests are sort of baked into the design of these technologies. And speaking about fair trade practices, I mean, you do have, like, you know, these recent supply chain laws, for example, you know, whether that's in Netherlands or France or Germany, and even at the EU level. But of course, they're not exhaustive. So in Netherlands, for example, that only covers child labor. In France, I think it only covers companies with 3,000 or 5,000, more than 3,000 or 5,000 employees, which is a huge number. And in Germany, the implementation is a problem. And actually next month, I think FDP is even proposing a motion to abolish the supply chain law because it negatively affects the business interests. So, I mean, I think there is an increasing sort of recognition that there needs to be, you know, a fundamental change in the way that businesses operate. And there needs to be some kind of like a international mechanism that brings together the different legal accountabilities. So there is a need for this international mechanism. And since 2014, there has been this a UN treaty, which is the UN Agreement on Economic and Human Rights. And under pressure from civil society organizations that has been taking place to how to sort of, you know, hold companies, bind the companies to rules. So all the, you know, state parties to this UN treaty, they will be obliged to bind companies to these rules and also have better legal mechanisms for affected actors to complain against the company. However, the problem is that, you know, the 10th amendment meeting was supposed to happen in October, and it didn't happen. Again, it's being postponed, and civil society actors are saying it's because of the countries in the global north who are not interested in passing that, even though something like this UN treaty is actually complementary to the EU due diligence law. So there is a couple of problems that are taking place in terms of really enforcing a multilateral and democratic tool like that that could perhaps at least not fundamentally change, but at least question the way companies are operating.
Thank you. How much time do we have for more? 10 more minutes. We can achieve a lot in 10 more minutes. So, any more questions?
Hi, thank you so much for the discussion. And Sana, I'm Talim, I'm a student at FU University in sociology. I really I appreciated your first comment on being aware of what colonialism as a lens, or digital colonialism as a lens, allows us to see or focus on. And I would like to use that in order to like inquire further about workers' resistance in terms of like learnings about, or decolonized movements learnings. So I was wondering about what is applicable in terms of like reparations, restitution, but also more specifically, I was very interested in your comment on workers' resistance in specific refusing to comply with the surveillance software. So yeah, I was wondering if you would like to talk more about that for a bit. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I want to clarify, though, that workers don't often know that there is a machine learning model in their software, right? So they don't always know that, that their data is being captured. What I wanted to argue was that there is a tendency for contestation with the management, you know, with their employer, in terms of how they are being controlled, in terms of how the value is being extracted. In terms of monitoring and surveillance, it comes to that when, for example, workers, they know that the time is being controlled, right? So they find different ways of, cheating the software by, I don't know, trying to work extra or things like that. There's a bunch of examples, though, both in the platform, the gig economy, but also in terms of like how Uber drivers would turn off their app, in certain spaces, but also during remote working during COVID, these were high-tech workers, the software workers, and there was a whole Reddit thread about how workers, they were required to keep their cursor moving, their mouse moving, so they would attach it to a movable fan, so that the employer knows that the mouse is moving, but the workers are not. Because they would say, what is the point of me sitting for 8 hours? I mean, if I can do my work in 4 hours. So things like that, right? Like, it's the contestation of autonomy, of control over your work and time, which we see. But in terms of workers always knowing that their data is being captured, that's not always clear to them. And that's also another important point about resistance. So, I mean, companies, of course, outsource work to geographies which are shaped by regulatory policies that enable labor flexibility also. And there's a whole historical structural reason for that. But, so workers often don't know that their data is being captured, and even though the state is not very actively involved in mediating the conflict, and often leaves that sort of conflict and workers' protections to private initiatives and to response to market signals, right? But that's not just a thing about countries in the global south. That's also happening here in Germany, right? So I wrote a paper about how Meta outsources work to both India and Germany, and how they have been actively sort of developing their algorithmic management and automating their content moderation software. So any technological change that would happen in Germany, it has to pass through the Works Council. But given the heterogeneous labor standards, in Germany in terms of who's working, and if it's migrant workers, there was a Works Council, a Betriebsrat, but still, the Betriebsrat was more symbolic, workers didn't have, and there's many different reasons for that. But, Meta could actually, keep bringing these software updates which were also capturing data of the workers and upgrading the algorithmic management aspects to control workers. So, in that sense, there was also no resistance. There was no possibility of resistance there, and Meta could do whatever it wanted to, right? So, given the heterogeneous labor standards. So, but yeah, there is forms of resistance happening. Workers, which is not always in terms of which is not always directed, what I'm trying to say, to the monitoring and surveillance, but against management and against control over their work and on their time. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. I think there is time for one more short one, right? If I'm... No. Okay, maybe we've exhausted the pool of questions. We can always have a conversation after this as well if you feel like there are some questions bubbling up over the rest of the day. I guess there will be opportunities to discuss further. So in that case, I'm like to thank all of you for creating this space with your insight and filling us in around these topics around data privacy, digital work, discrimination, and how all of these things fit together and create this meta concept that we're now calling data colonialism. So yeah, I really appreciate it, and thank you very much. Especially to you in Bremen. I know it's so hard to sit outside and just in front of your laptop and try to figure out what's happening in a room. So thank you. Special thanks to Bremen.
It's lunchtime. There's lunch for you. Please fill up your stomachs so that we can think later more.
Thanks, Paola.
Hello, hello. Yes, it's on. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the afternoon session titled Digital Sovereignty, Open Knowledge, AI and Global Digital Policy. My name is Sarah Moraes dos Santos Bruce, and I am a curator, a media theorist, and a researcher, and I'm really, really happy to be here, really happy to be joining this session, and today we will be talking about the concept of digital sovereignty and open knowledge, and perhaps also some other tools that combat digital colonialism. And we will also be speaking about the role of AI, surveillance technology, and broader forms of digital governance, and how they shape global power dynamics. And the discussion will examine how these technologies intersect with issues of privacy, human rights, and global equity. And we will also be critically assessing European digital policy in a global context, considering alternative models for inclusive global digital governance beyond just data protection. And it is my great, great pleasure to be joined by this panel with an esteemed round of experts. I'm really, really happy to be able to welcome, first of all, online Renata Avila Pinto, who is the CEO of the Open Knowledge Foundation, where she advocates for open data and knowledge as tools for transparency and social justice. And with over 15 years of experience in digital rights and internet governance, Renata has been a global voice pushing for equitable access to information and challenging digital colonialism. And her work focuses on empowering marginalized communities through open knowledge and promoting digital sovereignty. Renata has spoken at global forums like the United Nations and World Economic Forum, advocating for inclusive digital policies that resist corporate control. And she has also co-founded initiatives that aim at decolonizing technology and ensuring that digital governance frameworks reflect the needs of people from the global majority. Welcome, Renata. Then on to my far right, we have Sarah Chanda. Sarah Chanda is a co-founder of Equinox, an organization focused on racial justice in technology. Sarah is based in Belgium and works at the intersection of social justice, technology, policy, and human rights, and particularly around questions of AI governance and surveillance technologies. Her work aims to ensure that technological advancements promote inclusion rather than reinforce systemic inequalities. And Sarah has extensive experience advocating for more inclusive digital policies across Europe. She works with civil society organizations and European institutions to shape regulatory frameworks that prioritize human rights. Her research focuses on how AI can perpetuate biases and how open knowledge, your research focuses on how AI can perpetuate biases and how open knowledge can support racial justice or open knowledge and other forms of tackling racial biases. Thank you, Sarah, and welcome. And last but not least, those of you who were there in the morning already know her. I am also welcoming to this panel Nanjira Sambuli, a Kenyan researcher, policy analyst, and advocate specializing in digital equality, governance, and global internet policy. Nanjira has served as a senior policy manager at the World Wide Web Foundation, where she leads efforts to promote digital rights and gender equity online. Nanjira is a prominent voice on the intersections of technology and social justice, focusing in particular on how African countries can shape inclusive digital futures while resisting exploitative global tech practices. And currently, Nanjira is working as an independent consultant, advises governments, civil society organizations, and international institutions on digital governance strategies that prioritize equity and inclusion. And she's also a member of various global advisory boards, including the UN Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation. Welcome back, Nanjira. So I've already mentioned that we will be speaking about digital sovereignty, governance, open knowledge and AI and surveillance technologies, and in particular end with a focus on European digital policy. And I think we will dive right in, and my first, we will kind of have 3 rounds of questions to all of the panelists. And then we will later open up for a brief Q&A at the end of this, so please make sure to note down your questions and keep them for the end. And we look forward to hearing from you later as well. So the first question goes straight to Renata, because we will be talking about digital sovereignty and governance and how this relates to broader digital governance frameworks. Renata, as a CEO of the Open Knowledge Foundation, how do you see digital sovereignty empowering communities globally? And can it be a tool for resisting both digital colonialism and the spread of surveillance technologies?
Well, I will go, maybe my response would be not what is expected. I don't know what was discussed in the morning. I'm sorry, but first of all, I wanted to thank the organizers for inviting me here. And I have been thinking a lot, when you shared the concept note of the event, and I was thinking, like, beyond decoding and understanding what digital colonialism means, we need to start thinking of a system of rebooting the system, so to start fresh and more and more, as my work has evolved the last 2 decades, I have seen that treating digital as something isolated from what's going on in the economic, in the social, and the political is a big mistake. Because what happens is that we have been discussing governance of the digital as something different and apart from, and now it caught up. And if you think when we are discussing governance systems and even democracy, we see that digital has disrupted massively what we had. So to answer my question, I think that for the global majority needs to rethink governance, and rethink digital governance as a part of a general strategy to rethink the main systems of society. And for that, they will need to consider industrial policy, they will need to consider social policy, and they would need to consider as well foreign policy. And at these 3 levels, we think, for example, that how many initiatives are pushed in countries like mine, global majority countries, as digital transformation. Sounds very exciting and sounds very forward-looking, but digital transformation in many of these countries is a hidden word for digital colonialism, and it's nothing more but privatization of entire public systems. So I think that the way to reclaim the power of digital is also reclaiming the power of shaping these mega structures. If you think, for example, only seen as a holistic approach when we can connect, the necessary green transitions that our countries need to go through, and the necessary, responses to the global majority young people, only taking something that encompasses the planet that we live in and the future of the generations that are coming after us, we can achieve global governance and local governance system that will deliver for all. So to summarize, I guess that while there is no magic bullet and one-size-fits-all recipe for this, what the approach that we are talking at the Open Knowledge Foundation is and number 1, do not isolate digital as something exceptional. Number 2, to understand and advocate for digital that makes sense for economic, social, and political dimensions. And third, I think that beyond just opposing what we are seeing in the world of digital, we need to start proposing and drafting positive agendas that are adequate enough for the local needs. I know that the European Union is a lot about homogenization and harmonizations. I think that the digital needs of the global majority are more about localization and adapting to the particular needs of people rather than, taking a one-size-fits-all approach. Those are general ideas that we like to, to start the conversation with.
Thank you so much. Maybe continuing along that line, Nanjira, you've already shared a little bit on your concept of digital colonialism in the morning, and I guess my question would also be to how you see or what does digital sovereignty mean for African countries, and how do they kind of navigate this kind of global tech dominance, this push towards homogenization that Renata has mentioned, and what role does governance play in those particular situations and in ensuring that there are more equitable and inclusive aspects to digitization?
Yeah, I think Sarah and I are having a fun conversation about this concept of digital sovereignty, and maybe a defeatist answer would be, how is that even possible, given the examples I gave about infrastructure and platformization and so on. But we do see somewhat pragmatic takes on what this could look like. It's almost like just making sense of a bad deal. And it's varied in bits and pieces. You find there's a lot of push, for example, in the world of AI, to have language models that are developed by communities and owned by communities, which I think is really interesting. It's almost like innovating on the fringes of an otherwise, behemoth of a system to try and take down. And those forms of sovereignty that go down to that communal level. What is ours, and we gift sort of to others to share, and not just as a resource to extract. So you start to see models like that, sometimes despite of policy, or governmental policy for that matter. So it just says that there are a lot of tensions therein, and even in trying to conceptualize what digital sovereignty means, or how it's discussed, say, in the concept of Europe. What that means for African countries, I think it'll just continue to mean innovation and creative forms of resistance in part, and resilience. Now, I use resilience, but it's a word that I don't like because it's usually used to mean suffer and keep enduring. But I'm trying to reclaim it as a meaningful framework of survival in an unjust system, so to speak. But the challenge also is, even in things like startups, which was an exciting place, and you'll probably have heard a lot about African startups trying to do things, is that the models that they are aspiring to entail feeding back to this extractive system. So it's ideas of, we'll build a company, and then we'll sell it. So we're not necessarily having enough of building to last and to sustain us. It's building to sell and to exit, all this language that's used in the VC, venture capital, and capitalist logic. But there are some seeds of hope there in how we can get resources. As I was mentioning earlier, if it's the support that GIZ and others offer, how do we have it geared more to supporting that social innovation, that communal level agency being given back, as a way of trying to, mend this problem that we've been dealing with for centuries, right? Those could be the little ways on this other side that help to build what Renata is talking about, where whether it's scales or sovereignty or sustainability, it's not a one-size-fits-all. Local communities will have varied, multiple forms of knowing what is best for them. And we have to unlearn this idea that there's a one-size-fits-all. So how do we support that and have small but mighty, rather than top-down impositions of what is supposed to work, whether it's in digital or in just basically life and policy as we know it.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to mention, it's not always so easy when one person is online, but Renata, also for you and also for the both of you, feel free to also jump in if you feel that there is something that you want to add, and I'll do my best to keep a little bit of an eye on you, Renata, because you're not physically with us. But moving over to Sarah now, how, and I think we have indeed spoken about how to take these concepts, and I think that you have already mentioned that digital sovereignty is something that means a particular thing that is maybe also distinct from in Brussels and the EU from what the other two have been talking about. So maybe the question to you would be, how does digital sovereignty intersect with these social justice movements, and is there kind of this risk that it could reinforce existing power imbalances, especially with regards to already marginalized communities?
Yeah, thank you. Oh, it's a bit loud there. So on my way over here, I had to Google digital sovereignty to remind myself, actually, what does it mean? Because I think, as you heard from the other panelists, it is a concept that is inherently subject to co-optation also, because essentially digital sovereignty is a concept that only works within different structures of power. And we've heard some experiences from the Global South about, like, how do we grapple with digital sovereignty as a concept. For me, working in the center of European policy making, digital sovereignty also has a different meaning in that context, especially if we're talking about this concept of developing autonomy, developing the ability to make laws fit for us. In some ways, I'm sort of seesawing between this notion of, is digital sovereignty, as Nanjira says, impossibility in our world that is maintained by the dominance of big tech companies, is an impossibility. Is it a delusion in the EU that we could ever have sort of a framework by which the EU governs itself and its own digital laws in that context? Or is it a troublemaker? Specifically to a question about how does it intersect with social justice movements. So I ask myself these questions, and sometimes it's a bit all of the above. There's no clear answer. But I will say, in the context of the EU, there is a bit of a story, EU policy making, there is a bit of a story about digital sovereignty and the concept, the use of that term, how it's been in fashion and now less. Considering that in the centrality of EU digital policy making, digital sovereignty is being used to say, actually, we need more and more EU-based legislative frameworks to determine how the outputs of big tech dominance govern here. How do they operate in Europe? How do we attempt to control that and take back control? So there's a very much intersection with this notion of institution making and state making in a global context. EU governments also have this sense that they are being colonized by US and also Chinese tech companies. And so these fears of a colonizer being colonized also play a real emotive role in policy making. That comes up a lot. Now, though, we are moving away from a concept of digital sovereignty and to more concepts around, as Renata referenced, strategic autonomy and this question of industrial policy. And that's really the main question going on in EU policy making these days. Instead of just talking about taking control in terms of developing and producing legal frameworks that are going to order the digital world and how it operates in Europe, we're also now having a conversation about how does Europe also invest and determine the flow of resources into digital economies here, made here. We looked at that, especially with Seda Gerses, who is an amazing professor at the Technical University Delft. If you don't know, I would look her up, definitely. We looked at this process by which we are now looking at large institutions like the EU investing more and more resources in, number one, legislative frameworks, but also directly into markets to produce European digital services, European digital tech giants, champions, as they are called them, as alternatives to the US and China. We looked at that alongside another similar attempt at EU state-making, which is the process of securitization, which is also another area that the EU as an institution is pouring billions into. So pouring billions into the police, the migration control, the weapons industry globally. These are two connected trends here, which is essentially about institutions and states seeking to gain power, either through legislative attempts digital sovereignty, or through investment and investment procedures, strategic autonomy, as a way to essentially take control and maintain themselves as colonizers. Against who? Might be tech companies in the global south trying to battle with the US and China, but also against its internal populations. And looking at those two trends in tandem showed us many things, but essentially what it showed us is that a lot of these frameworks are in essence about the reordering of capital in the direction of seeking control and maintaining control of two things: states and institutions, militaries, governments, police, but also capital. And when we look at it in those two lenses, we actually see how can social justice movements really interact these concepts. We can try to take them back. We can try to use the sort of core of them, which is about autonomy, taking control. But also at some point we have to leave these concepts and say, these are really colonial efforts at power, domination, and extraction, and perhaps make our own concepts.
Thank you. I see Renata's been wanting to say something. Please jump in.
Yes, I wanted to react to something that Sarah said and something also highlighted by Nanjira. And something that is very interesting is we can see sovereignty two sides, sovereignty exists over the tools and technologies and the choices that we do with that. But the other that is very interesting, is how, de facto this, I love the term, but I read recently broligarchy, these broligarchs, they behave like heads of state. And they get that treatment, they get the treatment of heads of state. I mean, Kenya, I guess Nanjira will mention, Gates Foundation got a special status, Bill Gates has special treatment by Kenyan authorities, for example. And I see how pathetic it is, when there's Davos and other meetings, how heads of state, they rush to get, the selfie with these oligarchs that are not even paying taxes. And it is I had a very frustrating workshop a couple of years ago with a group of young people getting a global majority country, and I asked the question, if you could have a dinner with someone that are alive, who you have the dinner with, and so many of them said Elon Musk, and it is a problem of imagination, in the imagination of people. They are like the almighty people, the super powerful, who can fix, we had, and I blame media, I blame, these personalizations of the problem and so on. In the imaginary of people, this, ethics or lack of ethics and accumulation of power through exploitation and so on is celebrated as genius. So the people who work for the social good, the social good, the people are doing the real efforts and not the heroes of society. The heroes of society are those who exploit, accumulate power, and they are celebrated, the workers behind all the technology developments, the research and public research and investment behind all the technological developments behind big tech is completely invisible to the general public. It is just Musk, it is just Zuckerberg, it is just Jeff Bezos and so on. And it is very sad because the story that we are telling and the story that politicians sell as well is that these alliances between one lonely tech genius with millions behind and a state are going to be effective and are going to be for the public good, What we have seen just is corrupt power, private powers and public power in this unholy alliances just giving away our future. And I'm very worried about that because it's a problem. It's not only a problem of this unprecedented access that these tech oligarchs get, even in the European Union, but it is also an issue of narrative. Right now in the US, they have this task force on cutting, like taking public decisions, just because what kind of legitimacy, just because you're the richest person in the world, you have the right to decide on what is efficient and what is not. And I think that it is something and that it needs to be addressed at so many levels. But I want to highlight this lack of accountability and lack of legal frameworks that enable this to happen, but also the narrative around it, and the narrative around it and the role of media in perpetuating this idea of fake sovereigns and how easy they get away with great deals with governments. I mean, government is a very important power in what they buy and their technology decisions and what they export. And it seems that this part of the problem of digital sovereignty is that they are giving a free pass, and they are just, we as a society are treating them as something that they are not. They are not heroes. They are not the people who are going to solve the problem that we are in. They are the problem that we are in, basically. They are them that, I mean, they really at every level represent lack of social solidarity by not paying taxes, extractivism, and lack of ethics, exploitation of the many for the benefit of them. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of work to do against the oligarchy as social movements. I will mention some examples later in the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. I think this already shows what a can of worms we've kind of opened, right, with this topic already. I will shift to the concept of open knowledge, and in particular, open knowledge as kind of this means of fostering inclusion and democratizing access to information. This is, again, often what it is said to do. It might also sometimes happen, but I think it would also be interested to connect these forms of, these questions around open knowledge with questions around AI and surveillance technologies, as these are, of course, structures that are accessing what we are calling open data, structures that are accessing certain forms of quote-unquote open knowledge. So, Nanjira, I'll begin with you and your work on digital rights, and in the kind of communities that you work with on the African continent. How does open knowledge or open knowledge initiatives, open knowledge frameworks work to challenge these kind of dominant tech narratives that Renata was talking about? And are there examples where such initiatives have successfully actually resisted harmful surveillance practices? Give us some good stories.
Wow. The pressure to the tyranny of positive stories, we call it. And I hope, Renata, at some point in the next round, you can give us a definitional framework for open knowledge. Because a decade ago when open data, open government, open knowledge were coming up, and you asked me this question, I would have been beaming to talk about what the possibilities are. But because what we have established is that there are so many continuities to the same extractive narrative and logic, why would we bring in knowledge that probably has not been included in the systems that we're talking about to perpetuate the system? However, I think there's merit in talking about opening knowledge as accompanied by the change of systems and how power, control, all these concepts are being dismantled. Because, as I mentioned in the morning, the challenge of the world that we're living in today, modernity, has been built around this Eurocentric idea of the central node of objectivity. And as I said, the knowledge that emanates from Europe or a Eurocentric view is the universal standard. If
people
we're going
to find it, it's there. People
it
just
continues.
have to find it.
There's a concept Black scholars worldwide have collectively called Columbusing. This idea that you come and discover what has already existed, right? So call it Columbusing because it's perpetuated to date. So in this quest for knowledge that has not yet informed the systems, the structures, the ways that are today, in bringing them into this, whether it's first, are we bringing them into this system is one question. For years, I've worked on the concept of digital inclusion, but in the last couple of years, I've been asking myself, inclusion into what, right? So the same frame. Is this really the best that we have to offer those who are not yet included? And in this case, they are the marginalized, the poor, the non-Western people and knowledge, epistemic structures in the world. That's one. Two, when opening up this knowledge, what are the alternative structures that can build this? And in the world of AI, it's been really encouraging to see in communities across the global south, the demand by these communities to own that knowledge. So we've heard of data ownership as well, but even the knowledge, the sovereignty of structures that are built to capture, say, disappearing languages, that they should be owned by as close to those communities as possible. So in that way, I subscribe fully to this concept of open knowledge. It will be available, but the base of how that knowledge is held and sort of built upon is by the communities, right? I think in part appends this idea that we must feed this behemoth, the broligarchy, and says that we will build the systems and then there'll be small, mighty, and interoperable things that help us build another way of knowledge. And I think I would want to speak to ways of knowing that gives us a more of a humble frame to knowledge, because I think we hear knowledge, we think experts, and I must have rimmed glasses and the scholarly, look, and that's part of the European continuity of the coloniality. But it's to say, if everyone is a lived expert of their experience, how then do we reconstruct knowledge? Knowledge about what do we do next with the world? Knowledge about how do we restore, repair, That really opens us up to another possibility, but only one we can walk into if the structures and systems that have gotten us here today are being shared along the way as we venture towards that. That would be the most honest, positive, hopeful answer I can give, because the status quo is, let's get all the knowledge that we don't have out there. We've fed the AI systems everything there is to feed. We need new, fresh data, new, fresh knowledge. And that's a bit scary around what that entails, given all that we've been workshopping today about what the process of getting the data and getting the knowledge entails. And lastly, and I saw this earlier this week, and I think it's really poignant. Somebody said we should not talk about data being collected because that assumes that it's a naturally occurring event, issue. We should be talking about data being contrived. And I thought that was really, really interesting, because we must not fall into this idea that these are things that are naturally occurring. Even knowledge, there's a lot of history that goes into forming it. There's a lot of culture. There's a lot of humanness and nature and just things that we have not accounted for in the current status quo that we're saying we want to include knowledge into. So if we can take that to be our new guiding light towards another alternative, another possibility that breaks with the present, I think there's great potential there. And that's the hopeful note for you.
Yeah, thank you for that pessimistic yet optimistic outlook. I think, as a scholar of media and culture, I also think that this idea of, objective knowledge as something that is just there and you can just pick it up and it is wild. It's really wild, and it's been just proven wrong so many times. And yet, yeah, so Renata, despite that fact, or despite the awareness of that fact, do you think that there is a way that there can be forms of open knowledge, variations maybe of open knowledge that it can be implemented to dismantle or to ease the violence of digital colonialism? And do you have some examples from your practice, perhaps, that you feel or that you want to, perhaps, if you cannot tell us the positive all-winning story, then maybe some examples and sparks where you see potential in being developed further?
Well, I wish I had happy stories to share, but I want to share something. And when open knowledge was founded, it was never about the technology, and that's something I went back, to analyze the early conversations. So I like that a lot, it was always focused on people, and it was always focused on how knowledge that was accessible to all will empower people to hold power to account and to demand justice when there is none. And that was the original purpose of open knowledge. It was not about collecting data points. It was not about creating nice apps. It was about that. And something that has frustrated me in the last 3 years is something that somehow in Europe people forget that the carriers of knowledge are other people. the main carriers of knowledge, and something that is extremely frustrating. And as a personal experience that I want to share with you is, for 3 years, we have tried to bring our network together. For 3 years, part of the open knowledge network cannot be present, has to be present as I am today online. But today I'm online because of a choice. They are attending our meetings online because closed borders. And I think that if we do not, I know that maybe I'm going off a little bit of topic, but we cannot be speaking about all of this if Europe lacks systems to exchange of knowledge, if it lacks mechanisms for researchers to come here. It's a battle, it's a humiliation, for open knowledge advocates and many scientists, many people contributing great things. Okay, release your data, openly publish your paper, share reproducible research, but you cannot come here and discuss your paper with us. That's the world that we live in. We live in a world that that our advocacy for open knowledge is not only about open protocols. It's not only about interoperability. It's not about only about open data that is collected by for advancing social purposes, but it is about a system. In the ideal world, a system that will enable personal exchanges, that will enable accelerated innovation in the technologies that will unlocking the knowledge that will solve the most pressing problems of our times. Another example of this enclosure of open knowledge, enclosure of the digital commons, is models and modeling for climate crisis. Even if we want to, build upon the research already available, so we can speed up the solutions and prevent disasters, or allocate the resources in the communities more vulnerable. We face proprietary data sets that are impossible to open, that only very few organizations with a lot of money can access to be able to, build, to model scenarios and go for the most adequate policy decisions. And on top of all this locked access to data and access to knowledge and access to people, we have also a patent system that is aggressively enforced, and that is not. And we saw it with medicines, and with the failure of the people's vaccine. Even if our trade system had provisions for exceptions, well, we are also seeing it in more pressing areas such as the climate crisis, where you might have developed countries might have a lot of very nice digital incubators for green technologies, but the real breakthroughs of the technologies that will enable us to survive the climate crisis are locked in monopolies of patents. And so I think that beyond just seeing it in I think that the Open Knowledge Foundation needs to reshape, and the open knowledge concept should be reconsider as to having the access of the crucial information, resources, and people that will help us solve the most pressing problems of our time. By default, it shouldn't be in the ideal world, globally, we will agree on waiving all the patents for green technology. In the ideal world, we will have mandatory access to the data set that will help us understand the climate crisis. I could talk to you about a couple of happy examples and good examples, but not without disclosing that those are very fringe examples. They're great exercises that should be celebrated but they are not in no way the way that I see fixing this or advocating for better open knowledge. One is the Telugu community in Kerala in India. They did a very exciting exercise, a collective exercise on AI Commons for the Telugu language. It was cool because it was something that involved citizens, young people, contributing 300 examples minimum each of their language for a large language model. And in exchange, they will get a ticket to a pop concert. It was a quite exciting exercise, and there was a great pop artist that, together with the free software communities in India and the IIT Hyderabad, they did this. It's still in the process, but they already collected all the voice samples they needed to build this model in a unprecedented civic but fun effort where a lot of young people contributed samples of language. Of course, that was done with full consent and enthusiasm of the people contributing to this large effort, and it's a way that I envision, and that makes me very excited about the possible future of artificial intelligence that is collectively built for public benefit, and it returns benefits to the communities that contributed rather than extracting. And it's exciting also because the people there will have the right to understand, to learn from, to improve, to adapt, and to share what they created, following all the philosophy of free software, of course. And that's a happy example of a possible way of building our digital commons and building or creating something collectively for future benefit, for very specific purposes in very specific communities. Another happy example and very interesting example of open knowledge is what is happening to some degree with some public infrastructure projects that are replicating, reproducing things that have been already created with public money. But going back to the main issue, the main question of open knowledge as a tool to resist and to defeat digital colonialism, I have never before been as worried as I am about the future of knowledge and about the erasure of culture in the systems that we have today. And unless we take a bold approach and unless resources are dedicated to that, it would not be possible. And unfortunately, the global majority countries are paying incredibly high amounts on debt and not part in the discussions, cannot get visas to be in the key fora, and is being left out of the discussions where big decisions about how we search, access, and share information. Big decisions are shared.
Yeah, thank you, Renata. I think that's a really wonderful reminder that we should resist the technological quick fix, right? That the problems are outside of the technology as are potentially the solutions. And Sarah, I think this might resonate a lot with what maybe you do. So maybe also, would you like to share a little bit? What are your alternative responses? Given the problematics of open knowledge as it stands now, what are your alternative responses to address inequalities and harm that you're exploring with Equinox?
Yeah, so I think very much nicely following on from what Renata said, we do have to ask, I think it's important to drill in on this reminder, in a world of complete infrastructural, almost ownership and control of large technology companies, of the digital infrastructure of our world, it is really hard to maintain the dignity of the concept and techniques that we use that are supposed to be resistance practices, right? And open knowledge is one of them, even sovereignty is another. We already saw how constantly these concepts are co-opted by by the architects and the owners of the global digital infrastructures that we all have to use as ways of sort of maintaining their system. One example of like the co-option of the principle of open knowledge by large technology companies was we saw it through the lobbying of the EU Artificial Intelligence Act in Brussels. This was Europe's attempt to, in some way, I will now tongue-in-cheek, in some way rein in the power of large technology companies. I'm losing. You lost me? Yeah, there we go. They're here. That was an attempt to regulate and limit the power of large technology companies by putting some conditions on how AI enters the EU market. Limited framework at the start. The laws proposed, or maybe I'm going to use yours one. Thank you. Good. The laws proposed were mediocre at best. Nothing revolutionary came on the table there. But even for those limited controls that were attempted to be put on there, open knowledge, open knowledge arguments came up by Google and others to argue that actually, because they were putting open source, open knowledge-based systems onto the market, they should be differently regulated than proprietary AI systems and other things. So there was this exploitation of this distinction between open and proprietary knowledge used to circumvent an attempt to regulate and limit, even in some limited way, the power of of technology companies. So that's one example that I think came up. I think when it comes to alternatives, Renata was just speaking about like we have to think about focusing on building alternatives, which may seem marginal, but actually, to Nanjira's point earlier about like actually the premise is the premise is making systems that work for us, and sometimes, as you also said, that might be local. Sometimes these are really local solutions. I think that's where we are. The struggle is that if we are attempting to replicate the structures of scale of large technology companies, we will always fail, because that is not what we want. We don't want exploitation, extraction, dominance, production systems based on all of those things, and we don't want a surveillance, a world ordered by surveillance. These are not things that we want. So any attempt to... Thanks. I'm not sure whether it's me or the mic, but any attempt to replicate those structures will fail, and we therefore shouldn't. I think the alternatives that I'm interested in looking at is, instead of trying to replicate those structures, instead building up alternatives and focusing on a redistributive approach. So often digital conversations are able often to obscure economics. It's a really nice way to obscure that we are still talking about capitalism and we're still talking about extraction. And I think that bringing redistributive concepts back into the conversation about digital services, what digital infrastructures do we need, how open knowledge, regardless of the entry point to the conversation, if we have a redistributive element to what we're speaking about, we can then reorder the conversation. So asking what I think are sometimes deemed as unrealistic questions, like how would we reorder our world so that tech billionaires cannot amass wealth? How do we halt investments into surveillance technology across the world? How do we halt investments into militarization across the world? These might seem like separate threads, but I think it's they're connected in that there's a complete one directionality in all of these areas, which is the ordering of resources, political will, legislation, and conceptual frameworks, always toward power, market actors, or state surveillance actors, and we need to reverse that. So yeah, this is the alternative framework I'm interested in, and that will enable us to support and build many of the examples that Renata has suggested. But some of those examples outside of the open knowledge are abolitionist approaches to community governance that don't rely on frameworks of surveillance, control, punitive ordering structures of our world. These are other types of things that we could invest in, and only with really tackling the economics of how the tech system operates can we really bring in this redistributive approach.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sarah. Renata, I see your hand, but I think I would like to move us, because this is kind of the last big container that we want to look at, which is the European digital policy. So I would like to move us on to that, and maybe you can bring your point in at that stage as well. I imagine that it resonates in this kind of container issue as well, because of course you've already mentioned that the European legislation has been problematic or tame at least, and then I guess looking at the global majority again, Nanjira, what is your experience in how these frameworks impact the global majority, like the GDPR, and how do they potentially, has there been a way of fostering or also imposing constraints in a way that perhaps speaks to building these realities, or also failing to align with kind of local realities? What is your experience?
Well, I did touch on this earlier, but in the Brussels effect being that, unfortunately, most markets in the global south have now GDPR-esque laws to comply with access to EU markets. More than those laws are about data protection in those contexts. And that's one great tragedy, as it were, because that, in a way, allows these continuities around extraction, around just the cost of compliance being borne by the smaller players, but not the bigger ones, because they can either afford to ignore and pay the fine, or just skirt the responsibility altogether. And there are many examples tucked into that. That's one great tragedy, and I like to always bring it back, just that there could, even in the current situation, there is a possibility of Europe being a better or more responsible, if I may say, normative player, because there's this, and I'll never forget, I heard it in Brussels actually, those idea of the EU as a normative superpower, right? Setting the superpower that does a norm. So America innovates, China disrupts, and EU regulates. And I remember
the moralistic one.
Yeah, the one who comes in and is
the
like,
ethical one.
Now, let's put it all together in a nice bow and everything. And I was actually taken aback by how that was casually brought into the conversation at an EU event, actually. But it has held. I mean, it has held in how even the AI Act has been discussed, how industrial policy that Renata mentioned is coming back into the discussion. Industrial policy is particularly interesting because it's now being, okay, they're coming for us for real. These mics. It might die, so just in case. Industrial policy is being talked about a lot, even in the US. But if you hear, developing countries typically are not allowed to talk about industrial policy. I mentioned, for example, how the trade agreements are like, do not deregulate your markets so that we have access. But when you try to show up strategic interest, whether it's in tech, whether it's in anything related to any market interest for the capitalist structures, you will be punished through trade agreements, which are perfectly legalistic instruments, both domestically and internationally. So you, as a small country or as a majority world country, is that in your interest? Because what are the losses that will come with that? Those are the realities. But what has been particularly sinister is, as I was mentioning, bilateral agreements, trade agreements, things that don't have anything to do with tech at the surface, have these continuities being baked into them. Give us access to your markets. Let your markets be shaped in our image in the case of Europe and, say, African countries and laws there. And in that paradigm, this conversation then just takes us back to what has really changed? What has really changed? Which, like I said earlier, we must marinate in that discomfort, because you might be seated here like, we're getting fair trade, it was mentioned earlier, but it's part of this bigger parcel of a problematic. And there are these threads that we must find ways, entry points to see the bigger problem, that's the iceberg there, around this issue, that it has not changed. Who is the center? Who is the rational, objective player who sets the rules or who creates? And with that, then we can start to figure out redistribution, restoration. And it's an urgent issue too. I feel like this decade alone has taught us. It's been 4 years into this decade. Doesn't it feel like there've been a lot more? There's something about the urgency that every time we kick this can down the road, we are facing all the cans that we've kicked down. And yeah, it's a big pile, isn't it? It's a big pile. But one thing I want to mention, and it came up during a lunch conversation, is we must also desist from this idea of who's the most oppressed party. And I think I'm talking in the global situation. It is quite surreal to hear, say, Europe talking about the risk of being colonized and then taking that language away from those who actually experience and continue to experience that colonization. So we call it the Oppression Olympics. You know, this a weird race that is not going to get us to addressing the issue. It's more about who gets this weird medal that I'm the one whose interest must be served the most, right? If we go down those paths, we are not going to build the solidarities that we need, and they are urgent. So really unlearning that in small ways and big is so important right now. And if there's the one thing I could get Brussels or the European structure to do is exactly that. Just think about the fact that you're not just sent, we say it in African cultures, you know, I am because you are. Europe is, and this we see it in migration, we are because you are. If Europe, the joke goes, if Europe hadn't gone around telling us they exist, we wouldn't all be coming, right? But just in a more serious sense, it's just that the roles and laws and ideas of Europe is trying to regulate and legislate do speak to a bigger challenge for many actors. So how can Europe reorient that structure, that power, that clout, if you will, to actually represent that, not just for itself, but for many more parts of the world?
Thank you so much. Renata, yeah, I'm going to get back to you now because you've been talking about these community-oriented ways of knowledge production and how they are so important. So how does that conflict, or how does that kind of relate to, or how does GDPR relate to those community forms of knowledge production?
Well, rather than speaking about the GDPR, I wanted to mention something else that I was trying to mention before that connects with Europe and its role. And something that is very interesting to me is if you see how different, you know, like the European culture and European values are, for example, from American values and Chinese ways of doing tech. It is very interesting that today, for example, many, like, you know, not all united with other workers in the global majority, many workers in Germany and in other countries across Europe are protesting Amazon concretely. There's a big campaign, Make Amazon Pay. It's a wonderful campaign when you see the unity of workers demanding better working conditions. And Europe had, you know, the European Union has a tradition of supporting workers, supporting organized labor, and so on. Similarly, you know, like if you think about food, you know, like Europeans have been like very careful, even in the negotiation of the trade agreements, to protect the quality of their food, and things like that. You know, quality of your food, the diversity of your food, your cheeses, your wines, whatever. You know, like it's something that you can see that local communities have pushed back and have like advocated for keeping the good ways of living, the good quality of life in this struggle. But with technology, it happens, something funny happens because Europe accepted the fast food way of technology, basically. Like, you know, like Europe accepted and embraced the equivalent of the McDonald's and the Burger Kings of technology and didn't shield themselves or advocated for better technologies that are sustainable for the planet and that do not harm people. And then it kind of patched the way, you know, like patched the way with a lot of regulation to try to try the McDonald's of technology to produce like, salads and boxes with fruits. That's what we have. And the interesting thing here is that Europe, if I think of my country, I can tell you honestly, Guatemala cannot produce a digital stack that will be good enough for people and the planet. But actually, Europe can. It can afford it because it has the skill. Like the most expensive thing here is the skills. And with the university system, with all the scientists, with all the wonderful people that you have the skills to deliver a digital stack that is good enough. And instead of just regulating the McDonald's of technology, I think that the ambitious political project that Europe has to go after to show us that you can decolonize, digitally decolonize your territories, is that of having a public funded, public governed digital stack that will with the good enough tech to serve small companies, to serve the school system, to serve the health system. I think that is a very ambitious political project because I know for sure, that it would not be competing with Silicon Valley. It would not be competing with Shenzhen. It would not be competing with the superpowers of the technology that erodes rights and that extracts and that destroys the planet. It will be a different way of doing technology, and might be not that is not as speedy, that is not as flashy, that is not as extractive of behavior, therefore not as seamless. But I think that if I think of the open knowledge communities across Europe, if I think of the free software community across Europe, if I think of all the people who care deeply about self-sovereignty and about understanding the technology that runs your ID, that runs your cat, that runs your pacemaker, if I think of all the computer clubs across Europe, of all the maker communities, I see, my only question is why you haven't done it till now, and I think that this is something, if it's built in principles of, if it's Eurostack, now that embeds the values and the human rights principles of the European Charter, if it's something that is designed taking into consideration between crises and addresses also the green sustainable technology technology principles, it can be quite amazing, but it will be far more interesting than yet another piece of legislation patching the broken system. And so my big hope, on top of that fantasy of a Eurostack that is sustainable and it's good enough to scale and to serve the plural community that Europe is, the ultimate desire will be that Europe, if they come up with it, decides to share it. And I think that will be maybe a more effective way to tackling the situation that we're living in, where from the 50 top companies on technology, only 4 are European, and they're not new. They were founded 50 years ago, as recent work of Francesca Ria said. Maybe that would be a better approach, and if you do it open, of course, it could scale and it could be localized and it could be hacked and improved well beyond Europe. I think that would be a very interesting project that I could believe in, and a way not to decode, but to reboot the digital colonialism system that global majority and global north together live in today.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Renata. Sarah, you are at kind of the center, being located in Brussels, I think the center where many of these policies are developed. I was going to ask you about these community-driven approaches and the question of whether there is a you know, what the opportunities are within, or what type of frameworks you're working with. But I also think that given that you have this expertise in policy making, I would like to ask how much interest is there even in this non-McDonald's, non-franchise type of technology? Is that even something that is interesting to kind of European governance institutions? And also beyond that, maybe still the question, you mentioned kind of community-driven approaches like abolitionist tools. Do you see those things being realized? Is there opportunity to realize these things at the moment?
So I do my best. We're all tired. I think coming off of what Renata said, like being, so what we're talking about here is an aspiration of digital public infrastructure that serves everybody. And as Renata says, this is coming up a lot in Brussels and in the European policy making circles now, this sort of visionary idea of really tech infrastructure that really serves all and isn't the McDonald's, but is something else. I don't know, steak tartare, whatever the European foie gras, whatever the European version of this is. I think I would share Renata's excitement about that project if the conversations were looking different. And I think the main problem with the European conversations about what is an alternative European public digital infrastructure are three problems. One is that this notion of competition and scale still dominates the conversation about a digital public infrastructure here in Europe, which is the exact same underpinning that forms the public digital infrastructure problems now, right? Well, the digital infrastructure problems right now, right? Like a concentration in the hands of few companies, this notion that the reason we need to do it is to dominate. There's a very similar ideological framing that frames the current competition framework. And also this notion about scale, right? Like the whole idea of scale is dominant in its entirety, and therefore we will then enter into the similar problems of the concentration of power into the hands of a few market players, but also the infrastructural dominance. I think on a technical level, there are many people that dispute that alternatives can be even built that circumvent the infrastructural power of US-based technology companies. Is that even possible at this stage? Is it even possible to develop baseline infrastructure that circumvents Amazon Web Services and the compute power of large technology companies that exist now, right? Like, is it even technically possible is another problem. But yeah, aspiring to the same formations of competition and scale as the current system is for me a recipe of for failure at the beginning. The second is environmentalism. I'm not, unfortunately, hearing enough conversations in the terms of the Eurostat conversation about actually how to really build something like this that isn't extractive of land of the global south, or even here, data centers across Europe taking large amounts of space, first of all, with completely no respect for what is going on in local communities, and that's in Europe. So you can imagine what the disregard of land capacities in the rest of the global south is. Similar for consumption, energy, and other natural resources. There's still really not enough reflection on that for me to be optimistic on it. And then the last is the link with militarization. So having a digital public infrastructure, what does that mean and who does it work for? For me, I get scared when there's a conversation about digital infrastructure that does not mention securitization or militarization, because that means we're happy with the status quo and we're happy with a public infrastructure that actually could be used to serve militarization projects across the world. And I think that is very likely with respect to European alternatives, which in the end tend to be not so alternative. So I think I wouldn't repeat my previous question. Really, like, if we're thinking about digital infrastructures, they have to be serving communities, there has to be local projects, and it has to be rooted in principles of justice, sustainability, and have like a clear political anti-militarist position. And if they don't, we will struggle. And if we try to replicate the existing powers, then we will always go down that route.
Thank you so much. I recently heard that server farms are now being shot into space, and that's like the new idea. So Elon, like that data is being stored in space, and that the new space for storing data, because then you don't have to cool it. No, it's ecologically friendly. Think about it. Anyways, I think I did want to take this opportunity to hear from the audience, to hear from all of you, what are the questions that are in the room. And given the time, I don't know if there's maybe we want to collect a little bit. I see there's one hand over there. And another.
Maybe a second one?
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully the mic will work for me. Thanks, there's so much, it was very rich. There's one thing, Sara, a question that you asked Renata on how to use open knowledge to disrupt dominant tech power structures and so on. And I wanted to question that a little bit, because under that is the assumption that openness is good, that openness is beneficial, that sharing is better than keeping. And I wonder whether that's also a rather Eurocentric or global North-centric approach to openness, because opening or asking specifically communities in the global South, if I can generalize, which I shouldn't, but to open up their knowledge, open up the languages, open up other things, can also open them up for exploitation. To give you one small example, oh, by the way, my name is Daniel. I work for a GIZ initiative called Fair Forward, Artificial Intelligence for All. And I've been working for 2 years with initiatives that work on language AI in African languages. For example, with a tool or with a platform by Mozilla called Common Voice that is CC0, which is the most open. And there have been a lot of discussions around how that is good for sharing, but can also be exploited if then big tech can come, suck up their data, and sell products the next day, which is something that communities, say in Kenya, cannot do because they lack certain resources. So my question would be, not to say close everything down, but what would be maybe alternative approaches, community approaches? Nanjira, you mentioned, for example, smaller models, community-driven approaches for open sharing of data within the communities. I would just be interested to hear maybe from Nanjira, from you, but also from Renata, what you think about that. Thanks.
Yeah, I was about to say, the question's not to me, right?
Answer the question.
I can answer the question, no worries. But I will let the experts answer.
No, Daniel, you're right. And Common Voice has hit a sort of a fork in the road around how do you keep going back to communities and telling them, yeah, just talk to this thing, we're collecting data. And yes, there are ways of informed consent, but it's great that you see communities also asking what this means for them. And in part because historically data has been collected, the extractive surveys, research, everything, there's always something coming out of us, but you don't always see how it is going to feed back into your betterment. So there's been the question of how can Common Voice help African governments build services that serve people in their languages? Because this quest to digitize even government services has mostly meant it's in English or in French or in Portuguese, but not the local languages that people speak, or that it's in written format and not the oral format, which is also another way of passing on knowledge and communicating. So if those models are being built to democratize that first, then maybe there's a possibility to ring-fence them for the betterment. However, if we end up in this situation where Next Gen is here, by the way, they're ready to come and take over if we can't do the job, love it. If we build these models and then our governments or others outsource the services of digital public infrastructure to Microsoft, to Amazon, we're hearing sovereign cloud and sovereign AI now as language that they're using to build for governments. It means we're giving those pipelines to them. So part of the challenge is how do we have actors like GIZ not only do something like MozFest, where they engage the communities that are helping build those data models, but bring our governments to these spaces to also hear about this thing, to help them with the decoloniality that they need themselves. Because the challenge in most of these post-colonial states is that coloniality is internalized. So police forces still operate the way they did during colonial era. Government literally works to sometimes even suppress people. I like to tell people that the Swahili word for government, unfortunately, translates to a well-kept secret. It literally, serikali, it's like a kept secret. So essentially, it encodes this idea that the government does things quietly and in private, and we shouldn't question it. But so it just shows that there's a lot more meeting of minds, even at that level, that do need to happen as we think about how we challenge these models that then come in as the clearance, sort of like a clearance house and shipped to servers abroad and so on. You know, Sarah, you spoke to digital public infrastructure, and it's wild that this is a topic in tech policy that has also come to mean that we're not talking about public as held by government. So it's this idea, it's been co-opted to talk about digital public infrastructure and how Microsoft can provide that, or how you know, the next competitor who's in a private sector space with the same logic can provide that. And I was just listening to you now and thinking that's partly maybe why all the stories of alternatives we've had from Europe really never took off, because they were trying to keep up with US and China, rather than taking that decolonial approach of saying, how do we build something else, not just for us, but for everyone else this is not building for. And that brings us away from the realm of technology into the realm of how do we decolonize Europe, so to speak, in the ways that it understands knowledge, epistemology, what its place in the world going forward is, given the history of what it's been. Because maybe that would give a narrative that has been more emboldening for Europe and its role, and it would be a role that's not just about Europe being a regulatory superpower, but Europe as a, you know, an arbiter and a mediator and an honest broker, I like that word, for an alternative, given that it has some resources in its you know, available to it. That kind of imaginary is so important, and hopefully you can keep planting those seeds so that that could be what informs the next attempt at a Gaia X. We'll see.
Thank you. Renata, would you also like to jump in? I think you're still on silent, on mute, yeah.
Yeah, I will share, like I was sharing this, because it will help me to answer the question. Actually, this is precisely the question that we have been asking since I took over the leadership of Open Knowledge Foundation. And we need to come up with better, we need to reopen the conversation. Because actually we didn't have the conversation with many people who are now questioning this radical openness. So it's an approach like, okay, open to share, but in my terms, and the licensing that and all the schemes that are offered today are not enough, and it do not contain many of the conditionalities that communities demand now. So to have this conditional sharing. So before we had, like, you know, this very radical open data approach, like now we are moving from open data to a sustainable data commons approach. And we are exploring together with CNRS 4 different tracks, basically. First, interoperable legal tools. We know that the licenses that we have are not enough. We know that new conditions and new terms need to be like drafted, and we are consulting with communities about it. We hope that we can consult with from 25 to 50 communities around the world. We're having like these workshops, understanding what it needs to happen for them to share content and data, and which conditions are missing, and which conditions that were present led to abuse. And the communities are going to be very diverse, from global majority open science researchers to graphic designers to weavers to community working on health policy and so on. And that's part of the work. It's already like part of the work has already been done on mapping all the ways that data has been shared and content has been shared, and the gaps that we have today. Once we have that, we are going to, like, you know, be analyzing, trying to shape governance tools based on data trust, community-led governance methodologies, and so on. Then technical tools, of course, on how to make this operable and then make it interoperable, so as to build the digital commons, and then work on the ecosystem. Of course, it's a lot of work. it's going to keep our hands busy many, many years. We're still, like, relying on volunteer efforts. But this is on its way. I mean, it's a multi-layer approach that is not only legal, it's governance, it's community, and it's technical. To answer your question, of course, we are not happy in a radical openness that leads to exploitation, extraction, and abuse.
Thank you. Sarah, did you also want to respond to that question? Are you good? Okay. I think we had one more question. I'm going to have to ask you all to keep it short, though. Did you? Yeah. There was one more question there. Okay, so maybe we collect all three questions. Is that or two? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think I still can't wrap my head around the question I have, but I somehow would like to pull fascism put fascism on the table, because I was wondering, since you mentioned that EU is perceiving itself being colonized by the US, for example, in order to being decolonized, it somehow refers to regulatory practices and so on. And I was wondering, speaking from a former GDR perspective, for example, welcoming exactly Musk, for example, in a way to build Tesla fabrics and so on and so on. I was wondering in how far, because fascism organizes itself very transnationally at this very moment, there is an enemy within EU dismantling probably all this idea of EU being more independent from the US, explicitly because they want to work together with the fascists now, of course, in the United States and so on and so on. So I was wondering how to address this also in this interdependency of colonialism and fascism nowadays. And I maybe because you brought this up about this idea of Europe perceiving itself as being also colonized. I look at you, but I don't know how to, if this somehow speaks to you, or what do we do with this situation at this moment where colonialism and fascism is, yeah.
I can already tell that the keeping it short will be difficult. Can we still hear? I mean, I don't know if it'll fit together. Maybe we can also just kind of hear from both of you, and you can pick what to respond to. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, that was too far to my face. I actually only have a short comment because of the last thing you mentioned with Elon Musk's idea of putting server farms in space, because it's interesting that the fantasies and imaginaries that big tech companies come up with work in the same framework of colonialism, because the space's orbit is organized in colonial logics. So we have still the same problems, and it still operates in that frame and in those ideas and geographies of colonialism. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that reminder. I mean, first the internet was the final frontier, and now there's a final frontier, right? Let's see what other frontiers they come up with. Would any of you like to respond to the notion of, or to the emerging threat or already imminent question of fascism?
Yeah, I can, because I think it's a really great question, and we will have to, some of it we have to unpick, but you've highlighted some different threads there that we see when we see a fascist turn. I like to use fascist turn instead of fascist entering, because I think that we also have to recognize here in Europe, it's not that because we have X% of fascists in the European Parliament, of proud fascists in the European Parliament, that is the full picture of what fascism means, and we have to recognize the complicity of centrist parties always in that fascist turn. So when I speak about it, I mean this bigger conception of that. I think what you said about this fear of being colonized is a big part of it, right? And that, again, the center played its role too. So I think this notion of wanting to fight back and develop our own was very much this is about like drawing on nativism, drawing on a need for Europe to dominate in order not to be dominated, really aligns with nativism and other fascist, sort of central fascist concepts. So I think that maybe doesn't help us in terms of what we do, but I think this explains a little bit the trend that we talked about at the beginning, at least in Europe, its approach to digital sovereignty, approach to strategic autonomy, really about investing so that we can have the versions of Tesla or Amazon Web Services as opposed to what would be an alternative that really serves the people. Because fascism requires us to maintain dominant, that nativism and fascism want to maintain dominance. And they use the fear of being dominated as part of that process. So I don't think that helps us in what we do, but I think it's an explanatory concept, but I don't think it's only about what the AfD think about it, but rather really what liberals think about digital policy and what has driven this shift to strategic autonomy, more and more investment into European versions of the US digital services that we see so that we're not dominated. I think the other part of it that we always forget in sort of the fascist playbook is law and order. So a central part of fascist playbook is a law and order politics. While they are dismantling institutions, they are dismantling democratic institutions, they are also bolstering law and order frameworks to auto-legitimize themselves. And the reason I bring this in is we always, in conversations about digital governance and digital frameworks, digital infrastructures, forget that AI and all these sort of malleable, good, bad concepts that we talk about had its origins in US military in the US military complex. That's when, in 1958, DARPA was started. And then the first research into artificial intelligence came into that, at least our conception of artificial intelligence. And so I think that is another trend that we have to watch, both this like nativism and this idea that we need European alternatives in order to continue dominating the world is one thing that I imagine fascist turn will only multiply. But also a fascist turn will multiply the intense investment into securitization and militarization here in Europe that has a huge surveillance and digital component, right? So in the last EU budget, 43.9 billion was spent on security and defense. That's how much was allocated. A large part of that surveillance technology. Much of that research was into surveillance technology in Palestine, sending weapons to Palestine. Many of that was research and surveillance technology about exchange of policing practices across the global south, and also policing and surveillance of migrant populations here in Europe. So that law and order element will also be another thing that we have to watch. And all of it is about the politics of domination, and I think the fascist term will only exacerbate that through digital policy, but also much more broadly.
Thank you. So we're out of time, basically, but I did want you all to have an opportunity to take one kind of final, to distill one element of this very, very diverse and nuanced conversation that we've had, and kind of if you were to take something with you, and because of the time, I'm going to ask you maybe not for 1 minute input, but maybe for one keyword. What do you think is like the central takeaway? It can also be a sentence. I'm generous. But what would the kind of key takeaway be for you? And I'm going to start maybe with Renata.
Global solidarity and congruence instead of extractivism and exploitation.
It's beyond tech. It's beyond just tech.
I think I'll be on brand and say defund, decriminalize, and redistribute.
So thank you very much. You can hear from the room, I think
ask you to join us for the last panel for today, but most certainly not the end of the discussion. You can be sure. So yeah, I can already say welcome back, everyone, from this short break. And welcome back to our closing panel, Beyond Digital Colonialism, Co-Creating Inclusive Technological Horizons. I know this title is also broad, like all the other titles from the panels. We will see what we do with this. So my name is still Francesca Schmidt, but I think with time you got to know me. So. Over the course of this conference, we've explored critical topics such as digital sovereignty, AI governance, open knowledge and their roles in combating digital colonialism, data privacy, work. Actually, my head is spinning a little bit from all this really important input. And so now we want to bring this all together and synthesize the insights and look ahead. And we will focus on actionable strategies for overcoming digital colonialism. And we already know that this is a kind of wishful thinking or kind of utopian thinking. But yeah, we should do this. And envisioning inclusive technology ecosystems that prioritize equity, justice, and global solidarity. So we are fortunate to have an incredible group of experts here with us who bring unique perspectives from their work on digital inclusion, AI cultures, and futuring. And like the other panels, we will have like around 3 rounds up here, and then you have the possibility to ask questions. So, but first let me briefly introduce our panelists. I will start with Nakima Steffelbauer, who is in the middle. Dr. Nakima Steffelbauer is the founder and CEO of Frauenloop, a Berlin-based organization that trains women from underrepresented communities in tech with over 20 years of experience in digital transformation and software development. She focuses on empowering marginalized groups, particularly women and migrants, to access tech careers. Nakima is an expert on digital inclusion and AI ethics and working with global companies to implement inclusive tech solutions. She frequently speaks on diversity in tech and the role of civil society in shaping equitable digital futures. Welcome, Nakima. Thank you that you were here. And give her a warm round of applause, please. Thank you. Next to me also is Dr. Paola Lopez, is a professor of inclusive AI cultures at Utrecht University and co-founder of FemLab. That's a Feminist Futures of Work initiative. She's the author of The Next Billion User and her latest book, From Pessimism to Promise, Lessons from the Global South in Designing Inclusive Tech, is published by MIT Press, and I hope we get some optimism from you here. Paya's research focuses on how AI and digital platforms are reshaping societies, especially in the Global South, and she advocates for inclusive AI cultures and emphasizes the need for safeguards around AI while promoting its potential for social progress. Thank you that you're here, Paya. Give her a warm welcome of applause, please. And last but certainly not least, Quincy Stumpner is a freelance researcher. This is Quincy, fast from here away, is a freelance researcher and strategist specializing in future and creating inclusive digital ecosystem. Formerly with Superlab, he now works independently on projects that explore how future literacy can help marginalized communities shape decolonial technological ecosystems, and Quincy has led workshops on decolonial futures and inclusive tech, including the one here at the conference. His work focuses on using futuring as a tool to challenge existing power structures and envision accessible, equitable technological realities. And I would like to start with you, Quincy, because you led a workshop earlier, or until like 10 minutes ago. In this conference on decolonial futures and inclusive tech ecosystem, what are some of the key insights or challenges raised during the session that can inform our broader discussion today?
Hi. Perfect. Yes, thank you very much, and I'm also very happy to be here with all of you. I think putting it simply, I mean, there were many things actually, and I'll try to maybe sum them up as well on the go, but putting it simply, I think values matter and technology is complicated. I think these two things are at least some of the things that stuck to me, and maybe let me elaborate on that a little bit. When we talk about futures, we often assume implicit values or things that we know from the current status quo that we live in. But I think I believe when we really want to open up the space for desirable and especially decolonized futures, we have to make these values explicit and really assess whether they lead us towards the goal that we are striving for. And Francesca, you already also mentioned it in a way in your introduction when you said wishful or utopian thinking of or this panel is sort of led under wishful or utopian thinking in a way. I think we do need more of that actually, because we often get really caught up in the things that we experience and the status quo around us, and kind of lose sight amongst all the complexities that technology also gives on top of that. Of where we actually want to go.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Nakima, taking the notion of Quincy and his point on values, how do you see this notion on values and more utopian thinking in your work that focuses on empowering marginalized communities through grassroots initiatives? Is this important there too? I think so, but you can tell me otherwise, or you can say yes. But also, what are your key takeaways from the discussion on digital colonialism that you heard here today?
So I wanted to thank you first for having me on the panel. It's a privilege to be here. And in terms of what I heard today in earlier sessions, I definitely think we keep coming back to this kind of organizing principle of, how do we define and how do we move closer towards getting the tech that we want versus the tech that's going to make someone rich. Whether that's an individual who gains oligarch status and becomes something in and of themselves to worship, to work towards, to model in ways that I think no one has anticipated would become the case in North America, for instance, with the tech oligarchs. And how do we engage with the tech that we want when we're dealing with governments that are in fact pursuing the same level of wealth, increased control, and so on. With respect to this digital colonialism, I heard a really interesting dichotomy between the individuals within communities that are seeking to escape imposed structures of control through technology, both in Europe and all around the world, and European and Western governments that are themselves trying to evade the perceived control or direction of the American or the Chinese or external and other forces for pretty much the same reasons. Wanting to have digital sovereignty at the government level is not so different than wanting to have preserved autonomy at the indigenous level. It's a matter of platform, and it's a matter of having the voice to say this is a legitimate need that we're going to impose. Using regulation and using a push towards, Europe first solutions, let's say, versus communities that are portrayed as being somehow anti-digital and anti-technology by saying we want to preserve control of our content and our language and our options in using technology.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe they are more opposed to this capitalist way technology is used and technology is imposed on us. But I will get a little bit more on the positive side now and take your question, how do we get the tech that we want, and find the positive note in that there is tech that we want and that we can use. And you, Payal, your work often highlights optimism around AI in the Global South, and how does this contrast with Western pessimism on the one side, and maybe also, yeah, what is so optimistic in the Global South on AI and tech especially?
Yes, thank you. So usually, especially in a crowd like this, you say optimism and, you know, I get, oh my God, you're so naive, right? Like, do you not know what's going on, blah, 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 right? And I'm trying to, and what my work has been doing is to reclaim optimism from the tech bros, because that's what it is, right? When we think techno-optimism, it's really like, oh my God, you know, this one app's gonna like replace education and save us all. And the thing is, we need to, I'm talking about the energy that hope brings that can get us to institute change for ourselves and for others, right? And that's a different kind of optimism. And I don't see why it has to be the prerogative of the tech bros. So that's my grounded. Now, I'm an anthropologist, a media anthropologist. So my optimism does not come from myself, because if you think about pessimism, optimism, it stays at the level of the imaginary, particularly fear-driven of what if, or, you know, we look at the past and we look at the reproduction and we feel the sense of like paralysis and impotence in terms of the human against the machine, and it drowns us to a point where we cannot energize ourselves to get off the bed and, you know, make some change. Whereas, you know, in the last 2 decades, I've been working with not just the Global South, but marginalized groups in the Global South. It's not just myself, it's me and my team. I have about 20, 25 people, you know, based in India, in Brazil, in Kenya, and they particularly work like whether it's refugees, Venezuelan refugees in Brazil, or women workers. We did a 4-year project on women workers in India at the bottom of the so-called data value chain, right? And in across different sectors. And so they're the ones who are constantly expressing this enormous amounts of hope, because, you know, it's always relative to something in their life, which is women in most parts of the Global South are secondary citizens by law, actually, if you see the guardianship system. If you look at this draconian Afghanistan, you know, play out of Handmaid's Tale, if you imagine telling an Afghanistani woman who cannot even go in the public and be with other women and talk or sing, and she's relegated at home, and she sees the digital as one of the few tools where she can rehumanize her and her community and make her cause to a global public and not give up, because we've forgotten them, right, for the most part, or they're an inconvenience. And so, and tell them, oh, don't you think this is an oppressive tool? Or if you tell the homosexuals we've been talking to, whether it's in Venezuela or in, you know, Uganda, saying, oh, don't you feel digital is oppressing, even though actually you being gay is criminalized to a point of death in many of these contexts. So we have to understand what is it in relation to, and this is where the optimism and hope is coming, is that the digital, despite all the risks and harms we talk about, is opening up some pathways, some nooks and crannies where they can reach out to a broader public. They can shift and take a little more control about the way in which they earn a livelihood. They connect with people like them. They feel human and not forgotten. And so I hope I can transfer. I see myself as a portal to transfer, you know, that kind of energy, because it's pessimism, as I've been saying, is a privilege for those who can afford to despair. The rest of the world moves ahead because they have no choice but to hope, because they want to change their future now, not somewhere for their children or grandchildren, right? So.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is This lets me thinking of to ask you again, Quincy, a little bit off script now. You said we need a little bit more utopian things, and I think this connects really very well to what Paola already said or just said, and to find optimism in the small things. And how does your futuring skills or the concepts of futuring the future can work with this? So how can your tools help us find the optimism in the small things, or the hope in the small things, and maybe to just do better than here already?
Yeah, I also thank you very much for saying these things about optimism, because I think when I look at, from what I know here, what's happening here in Germany and Europe, and that's sort of the perspective that I can take, is that also that we have a huge lack of this optimism. And even just now in the workshop, in the end, we were doing a sharing round, and it became clear that this working on utopias and putting yourself in the mind space of utopian thinking is something we rarely do. And that also then, of course, when you do it, it becomes very hard. And you feel, okay, the status quo is always pulling me back. I fall back to solutions that we also had in the workshop right now, which we already have today, and we just put them in a different setting. And universal basic income, for example, which we already test today, and then we project it into the year 2054. But it's still the same thing. So we're actually not really leaving what's happening at the moment behind and really trying to think about something new, which is not always necessary, but I think the exercise of trying to do that, it can be very helpful. And the same thing I observe as well a lot in civil society here in Germany, for example, is that and don't get me wrong, this is very, very important work, but we have a tendency often to try to put out the fires that are being created by technological applications, by corporations, by government, and so on and so forth. And again, I want to iterate, it's very important work, and we need to continue on doing that. But at the same time, I think it would help us a lot to create a bit more optimism in our work, in the sense of having an idea of this utopia maybe that we envision. And even if it seems very, very far away, it might still be a sort of guiding light, or something that can show us the way, that gives us something to hold on to, and that we can also use to inspire others. And instead of only trying to amend what's currently happening. And I also think that then gives us a lot of power over the narratives that are being created. And I think that's one thing this futuring work can also help doing, is to regain bit by bit, and this is not something that happens, if I talk about futures now, that's not something that happens tomorrow, but bless you, but it's something that happens bit by bit when we talk about futures and the futures that we want, to regain some of that space. And just on a side note, actually, this topic came up during the workshop, but it's also been coming up not only in civil society organizations, where I also did workshops, but also in governmental institutions. Where we with Superlab also did workshops around this topic, around technology and creating utopias around these technologies. And employees from governmental institutions came to us after the workshop saying, wow, this is actually the first time I've ever thought about what I can do and not what I have to save or where I have to put out the next fire. And I think this sort of, this sort of habit keeps us at bay and keeps us in the status quo. So I think we need more of that, for sure, optimism.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question, Nakima. That's great that you also want to say something. Should I ask first, or?
Well, I wanted to just jump in before you ask, okay, and follow on with what Quincy was saying. It's also based on what Paola has suggested in terms of optimism and the privilege that it implies to be pessimistic and not have any thoughts about the future that you want, or make any steps to realize those futures. I had a really interesting 2 weeks back because I went for the first time in 20 years back to Egypt, where I used to live. And I wasn't going to be a tourist. I was going to visit a dear friend who I've had for 30 plus years, who is Sudanese. And I felt so much sort of disappointment when I was preparing to travel, because I was looking at all of the online commentary from all of the Black American women like myself who were saying, you know, the fear and the sorrow and the anger at what had befallen them because our government has, and fellow citizens have done this, you know, violent act of electing these fascists to office. And it was really great to be heading to visit someone who's had something far worse happen. Whole government has collapsed, society is imploding, because I knew that by going and spending time with this friend, I would see how she and her family and her community were dealing with the fact that no one is coming to save them. There's no expectation that, you know, something should have kicked in, some mechanism. No one is talking about Sudan in the general corridors of power. And there's certainly no expectation that I think anyone would expect a Sudanese woman to have to be able to impact in any way the direction of the country. So I wanted to go and see how she was handling a year and a half on the situation of destabilization and the total destruction of all of her planned futures. And it was just like Paola said, I mean, you get on with it. You build, you rebuild, you try to work around the unstable situation at home. And so this is a businesswoman who I've known for so long. She's, you know, made inroads into Rwanda, and now she's trying to get, you know, the air conditionings that she, units that she imports and exports from China into different parts of Africa, because the assumption she's made is that if she can't change the direction that has already occurred with the revolution and the takeover of the country, she has to think imaginatively. And this is what I would like to say. I think all of us who are, you know, working on grassroots levels, working in communities, working with underrepresented or simply outside of the tech leadership cabal, all of that matters. And it's not just idealistic to think adding to the diversity of voices and adding to the range of experiences that contribute to building digital futures is minimal. It's huge. And I think that's how we, at a very basic level, institute change.
Yeah, thank you. Just one more question, touching up on that. You are working with Frauenloop on a grassroots level, and I think this is also a utopian work within Germany and within this context here, or within this Western, we can have pessimism here context somehow. How would you describe this, just in a couple of words? Yeah, or as an utopian place and an optimistic place. I think this is optimistic work.
This is, for me, this is realistic work.
Okay.
This is trying to get the tech industry and the tech creators and the people who are building and training and scaling future technologies to reflect the people who they're trying to scale and deploy and impose these types of technology on. When I go into, you know, a Frauenloop session on Monday evenings, and it's 50 to 60 women who are training and who are learning how to build, how to test, how to think about the ethics behind what they're building digitally, that's, from my perspective, that's just trying to get people in the tech industry to take notice of the fact that if they don't have, you know, women from different countries, if they don't have women from different backgrounds, different socio-economic and educational perspectives or profiles, they're missing out, and their technology will not be as successful, and it might not be as fair as they want it to be. That's not, for me, that's not an optimistic act. That's just trying to right a wrong that you have in a tech industry that is so one-sided, that is so homogenous, that is so exclusionary to so many.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to go to you, Paola, or do you want to answer to this?
No, I'm really excited because I think we both have so much in common. I'm very excited because I'm working with many tech companies to do really that. I'm working with equity product teams, and they are so like inward looking, and just so because I've been really criticized by saying that, oh, you're working with a very oppressive structures and you need to dismantle them. And the thing is, yes, I get that there's a huge problem about Silicon Valley, but in the meantime, people are demanding solutions right now, and people are not represented. These tools are not working. And as long as this is the system and people are operating and they need to literally earn a livelihood like tomorrow, today, now, we need to do our work to shift. And the other thing is these companies are not monolithic entities. So there are critical disruptors from within because they're made up of people. When you see like many people protesting within Google because they refuse to do certain kinds of work, right? We need to partner with that, build solidarities, not just amongst ourselves, because then we're just speaking it to the converted, right? We need to build solidarities within these institutions that are actually mega states, right? And if you can change from within, you can actually reconstitute that structure. So I am about, like, I don't look at utopias. I love the thing is like I see us as also, I resonate with we do the realistic stuff. It's got to be done, and it's very realistic. So yeah, no, I'm just very excited about that. But it's just different approaches, because I want to make things happen, and we are making things happen because, like she says, everybody else's who are in so much worse a position than us. And it's humbling. When you're an anthropologist and you're going into a refugee camp and you're like, they are super excited because they managed to figure out a way to get consolidate the meager amount of money they have and then pool their resources and then build little creator economy businesses. And they're like supercharged. Because they have eyebrow tutorials and they've got all these their likes and they've got invited to something and then they've got a seminar and then somebody's paying them for that. Or they're selling pickles in Kerala to some diaspora and then, it's like the energy is insane and they're so super, charged. And I was like, okay, this makes me feel really responsible that I need to then do my bit, right? Which is getting our hands dirty and getting the work done, so.
Yeah, that's very important, and I want to stay with you and ask how this optimism or this work in the small sizes, but also within the institutions and within the structures that are oppressive and violent, how does this translate into sustainable growth? While also safeguarding against potential harms, against the people who are working within this violent structures. We heard today in the panel on data and work how violent also data can be. Yeah.
So before I answer that, I also want to say something else about the utopia thing. When we talk about utopias, we think about something far off, right? But actually, it's more about, I think when we think about utopia, say in Europe, it's because, or in the US, it's because you've not done it. So that's why it's so far off. But actually, it's happened elsewhere. So I'll give you a concrete example. India pioneered the first largest digital public infrastructure in the world a year ago, okay, which is unprecedented. What this means is that you don't have to pay the mafia fees of 25-30% to Android, iOS. Anyone, any entrepreneur in the world can get on this platform because open source, open code, and build apps, whether it's for fintech, education, etc. And this is what Europe has been trying to do for decades. And India has gone ahead with this extraordinary meager resources And that is enormous. That's an optimistic story. That's not a utopia. And by the way, Europe still is trying to do that. But what's funny is that now they're actually examining what they call it India stack as a model to build it. But do you hear that in the media at all? I mean, no, because it's still a utopia until Europe does it. And then they're like, look, we've achieved it. Yes, because we did that, right? Or like Elon Musk, when he's like, you know, interviewed about BYD in China. Like, you know, we talk about, oh my God, China is so oppressive, the fear of China. But, you know, most of the global South sees China as, I mean, it's not about the human right. They see China as one of the most inspiring stories. And why? Is because everybody just gave up, including Europe. And we've heard the panels, right? Like, yeah, you feel helpless. You feel like, this is the norm, Silicon Valley. Who's going to compete with them? They have so much, their extraordinary resources is crippling us, right? Like, how can, it's a David Goliath situation. But China used to be pretty damn poor, like decades ago, equivalent to India. And what they did was unthinkable. What should have happened in India, but didn't, because India had all the, like the English language, etc., but they didn't do that. Should have happened in Europe, one of the wealthiest regions in the world, and educated, etc. It happened in China. You have to understand that China has become a counterforce to US, where they think that they are now in the race. You Americans see them as a threat, which is the biggest damn compliment, because Global South says, hang on, so you mean we could also do something, and with our very limited resources, we could be a superpower and even challenge the likes of the US? How is that not a crazily optimistic story? Then you wonder, why is the Global South so happy? Why do they want to be a China? Why do they look up to China? What's wrong with them? Well, that's the thing. This is a really powerful story. The average person in the Global South doesn't want to be in America or Europe. They want to be a Singapore, where they have decent healthcare. They have a roof over their heads. They have a workable system, and that's not a utopia. Singapore exists. And I'm not, by the way, undermining the human rights records and all. That's not the story. If we can't look at that story and say, yes, let's give China its due credit, without going into, but what about all the human rights? Then that means we can't talk about anything. Like I can't talk about the US because I say one good thing about the US, and what about the gun control, and what about the deaths then, the abortions? And so how can we allow for the nuanced storytelling about Americans or Europeans and not give the same, credit to everybody else? So yeah, so this is, I think I answered a different question, but
no problem.
It was just really in my
anyways.
brain, yeah.
Thank you. Akima, you want to touch up on this?
I want to add that, it sounds like there are very, very different utopias, and they exist in parallel. Arguably, we already have achieved a utopia for capitalist, defense-centric thinkers who are interested in building technology that can be scaled around the world to very far away countries for profit without regulatory intervention. That utopia is already here for most Western white men working in software companies. There's nothing more to dream of. It's people outside of that bubble who are still talking about utopias and alternate futures because they don't see ways to kind of either infiltrate these bubbles and change them from within, or to bring them down and to subject them to more regulation and oversight. But I think that to Pael's point, I've also heard lots of very, very surprising perspectives from people in the Global South who have more access to Chinese intervention, investment, and culture. And it's a very different narrative than you hear in Europe and in North America, where most of the narrative is dominated by fear of domination.
Yeah, thank you. You want to touch up on that too?
Please. Yeah, I'm also. I also want to touch upon your point, Payal, because I think many would also argue that in Europe, we do live in a utopia, in a way. And I think that's at least where I'm coming from when I'm advocating from this European perspective about integrating more utopias or optimism into our work here in this society, in the German society, for example, because we are already, at least economically speaking, on such a high level that many are trying to reach as well. As you were saying earlier, that many people aspire to be living in Singapore because of all the securities that it can offer. And we're living here amongst all these securities, and I think because of that as well, maybe, we have stopped in a way to think about what we might be able to achieve beyond that. And that's why I was already focusing on values in my earlier statement, because I think the economic securities that we at least still have here is one thing, but we're through that and through our also through our self-satisfactory view of our society, we sort of forgot to think about, but where do we actually want to go? And what do we actually want to achieve with the economic stability that we have, but also with the heritage of, in terms of certain value systems? Are these the ones that we want to bring forward? Is this something that I want to live in, this sort of Europe I want to live in the year 2060? Or is it a different kind? And I think that's why there's a certain, maybe different, as you already said, Nakima, different types of utopias or different types of utopian thinking that are going on these different levels, I'd say.
Okay. I mean, I want to add that I feel like, this idea of European values and bringing them forward and preserving them, the last year and a half has created many questions about whose values these European values really represent, and who, in particular, which communities these values are ever going to be considered germane to, and also part of the expected patrimony of different communities, because there are many communities right now in Europe that are not at all connected to and represented by what we're putting out in Germany, certainly, as European values.
Yeah, that's very true. But coming back to the different utopias and also from the other side, the dystopias, different dystopias, I want to come back to the utopia beyond digital colonialism a little bit. And for me, it would be interesting if we could find some actionable steps right now that we can do here, that we see are done elsewhere. So, that we have a starting point to work with. Maybe Paola first.
Yeah, so there's a number of inspiring agenda. So with FemWork, FemLab, sorry, the lab that I have on feminist futures of work, we basically, after looking at women workers across these different gig platforms for many years, and we're still doing that, one of the things that we got really inspired is that the middle layer government in, like, say, India and Bangladesh are actually, pretty damn committed, which, because we have this cynical thing about the state, oh my God, they're like, fascists and etc. But you just scratch the level, and actually there's some pretty good people, just like in big tech, it's in the end of the day made up of people. And they have managed to push an agenda, for example, with the gig platform in India, where they've, during COVID, they used it as an opportunity to get every platform to contribute 10% of their profits to a safety net. And they said, come what may, then people who are working in these gig platforms really don't want to formalize it in the way we conceive of formalizing it, because they appreciate the flexibility. Majority of global South economies are informal by nature, and they do want formalizing, but from a very different starting point. They don't want to give up the thing that they value the most. So in this sense, this allows for, it's a sort of a out-of-the-box thinking build, because you can't really start from scratch. I get the need for it, as I heard from the previous panel about let's start fresh, let's start from scratch. But the reality is we don't, right? It's like, you know, you're in a relationship. You don't just wipe the slate screen, the screen, you know, away. You don't wipe the slate completely, right? But you are pragmatic about it. It's like you ask yourself, do I exist in these systems? Yes, I do. What can I do within these parameters, and how do I shift those parameters? And how do I let go, and how do I rebuild? How do I create new alliances, etc.? You're shifting the you know, the name of the game, right? So that's one. There's, of course, I talked about the digital public infrastructures, which is being emulated as we speak in Europe, which is really inspiring, and that gives a lot of momentum. We see in like, say, Lilapa AI and a number of entrepreneurial organizations happening in Africa, where they're building small language models where they, in their own indigenous languages, so they can actually have textbooks for kids immediately in their own dialects, which is really remarkable, because it's completely unfeasible in the past. And right now, myself, we just kickstarted an Inclusive AI Lab with actually, we've deliberately done something provocative, because these big tech companies, you know, Europe keeps talking about regulation as if that's the be-all and all. Like, people who really want to reform and disrupt and dismantle talk about regulation as a way forward. But yes, but in the global south, it's about enforcement. How are you going to, do you know there's like actual people who've committed murder and they're still like, you know, their court cases are going on for decades. So you think, where's the priority on like a data breach, right? Like, so, or gang rapes. I mean, it's a different system where the law is not working the way you believe it works. So people want justice now, like not 20 years, or maybe their grandkids get it, you know? So it's what they're seeing is that, there's a different way in which you can deliver it by designing it by default. So we build a lab where we work with these companies because if they decide they want to do something in the global south, they'll just do it. And we've seen this. They have these double standards. They have one standard for Europe, and they screw the world, right? So we've identified critical disruptors who I've been working with over these years at Adobe, at IKEA, at Google, and we're getting them to be accountable by debiasing their data sets, for example, or we're working on creating a pipeline to report non-consensual generated AI imaging, particularly on gendered images, because gender is a problem in Silicon Valley. Like it's an inconvenience. So what we're doing is we're not even talking about the gender at all. I've like thrown it away, and I'm talking about digital well-being, because if that way, gender is an issue for everybody. It's not a gender problem. It's just good technology. We have to rethink good technology, and we're trying to infuse it across groups. So these are tactics or strategies to, you know, develop change from within, because I feel like that's how we can move forward. And because you have to understand that the people within these companies are also isolated. And because majority of the asses you know, can marginalize them. So what we're trying to do is also bring a sort of solidarity amongst these critical change makers within these tech companies who are, you know, across these different spheres, so they can say, hey, you know what, it's not just us. Look at like Google, and look at these teams at IKEA, etc. And so they have a broader platform to push a mandate internally. So we're trying to provide that, because we need them as allies too, to disrupt those systems. So it sounds really practical, and maybe also not, you may think, oh, well, you're, you know, working with the devil, but I feel like that's actually not true if we can get them on our side to actually build systems with their resources and arm them with the best arguments of changing the game for everybody, right? So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I see you. I will give you a question, and you can answer the question and make the comment. So I heard kind of two things. One thing is to say a good thing is to work informal, community-based, localized, and develop things there. And the other thing is working within the system. And then you said get rid of, that's what I heard, maybe I overemphasize it, but get rid of all the identification markers like gender, maybe also, I don't know, maybe race is also inconvenient for the Silicon Valley. But then I'm not sure who is helping this the most, actually, also because that's a really long fight, I think, for recognizing this identification markers. If I didn't understand you correctly.
No, just a clarification. So I'll give you an example. I was told by a tech company, oh, please, can you remove all this gender? Because I'm afraid they won't approve this, right? Because it's too inconvenient. So I thought, okay, what we need to do is make it so normalized that they don't think it's a gender thing, it's just good technology. But actually we are catering to, we want end users, we're focusing disproportionately on, the equity, which users are totally neglected, which is the intersectionality of, different identities, disabilities, etc. So we're doing the same work. Mm-hmm. We're playing the politic, and because what I'm afraid of is when we say this is a gender project, it's the first thing to go. Mm-hmm. We've just seen that in the last couple of years. Anything which had the label equity product, they were let go of. And so what I want to do is convince that this is not a part of an equity product team that is like doing good in the corner of a company. It has to permeate the cloud computing group. It has to permeate every power broker within the tech companies where they see that this is just good business to cater to everybody, right? And I'm trying to change that mindset because I don't want it to be the first to go. I want it to be the first priority. They're like, listen, this is smart, common sense. I don't care if they have changed internally. They could be purely in for the profit motive. I care we cater to those end users in the way we should be catering to, right?
So it's a little bit that goes straight through the institution and do what you want. So yeah, but Nakima, maybe you have a comment on that, but I also want to ask you the question specifically for the notions of locality, of community-based, and in that sense also a little bit of decentralization. How could this work out in Europe? Do you have any ideas on that?
I mean, I think what's always fascinating for me when I'm running workshops, when I'm doing trainings with the women at Frauenloop and beyond, is that I try very hard to avoid talking about tech companies like a foreign land where you can't get access, you might need a visa, you might not get it, it's very, very difficult to enter because whether or not it feels like that, it shouldn't be. And the other thing I try very hard to do is to try to put women and marginalized folks generally into the picture of the digital environment we're all operating in. The number of times that I've asked women to Google themselves here in Europe with our high income and all of our securities and been looked at in surprise and asked, but why? Who would Google me? Right? I'm not important enough to be, and then push them to not only Google the results that have been collected, usually without their knowledge about them online, but to ask them to check into various sites to see whether there's material connected to their identity that may have been used to train large language models. Have I been owned? That website. And the degree of surprise that I'm constantly met with, because most people who are not working in the digital space never think about the direct impact of any of these technologies on their lives. That's a different situation for people with migration histories that involve crossing borders and dealing with all of the militarization that's happening on the borders of this continent and most of the countries within it. But for people who are not considered, they don't consider themselves to be technically savvy, it's usually a real revelation when they realize, oh, I am involved, I am implicated in the kind of data that's being collected and tagged and identified or misidentified. And at that point, you can have a conversation about, do you want to get more involved and be more active in the creation, in the labeling, in the training, in the development of these technologies? Because otherwise, you're just selling another capitalist dream. You know, join tech and make a lot of money. That's not where I found the most success. I found success in showing people outside of these traditional technology companies how becoming more of an insider allows you to advocate better and allows you to be aware of what's happening in the digital lands that you might not otherwise be exposed to.
Okay, thank you very much. But I will ask again a little bit, maybe a little bit more specific, because I'm really interested if it is possible. We heard some very good examples from Africa, from the continent, or also from India. Is it possible in Europe to have some kind of future project which is community-based, which is localized, which is not so interested in this harmonization, but is more interested in decentralization, also of data, but also of how to use technology? I think, for me at least, it's. I know I see the point to go into the structures and to work from within and to work the system some kind. But I think it's also interesting to work outside of the system and think maybe of a new system or a parallel system or a system that can cross the system we have. But maybe I'm too optimistic.
I think it's going to be difficult, although I see examples here locally in Berlin, and I know that there are examples in Amsterdam that I'm familiar with. It's very difficult to build up the critical mass to scale these community organizations and initiatives when, you know, at the same time you have governments that are trying to sell technology under the guise of capitalism. You know, we don't care how the tech affects people's lives. We want our GDP to be as high as it is in, you know, North America, or we want to, you know, perceive ourselves as players on a global scale, and the day-to-day impacts of building tech for all that fails large portions of society. That's not our concern. That's what I think is going to hold back some of these local efforts that have been very successful in creating decentralized approaches to training machine learning models and looking at different examples of bias. There's multiple bias bounty kind of activities and red teaming activities that I've been part of. I don't know how much we can create from a grassroots effort a pan-Germany or a pan-Europe approach to building better technology unless we start pinpointing problems that we want to, social problems that we want to solve with the tech.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Maybe I see you, but maybe Quincy can help with some futuring aspects in this realm. So maybe we just need the right tools. I don't know.
I wish I could. I don't have the right tool, or maybe I do, but it's not explicitly connected to futuring. But maybe the bridge would be that futuring, at least also what we experienced in the workshop, our biases play a huge role in the way we obviously think of new solutions, think about where we want to go with a certain product or how we want to build a certain technology. And so I think a sort of method maybe would be to creating awareness. I think it was also managed in the first panel today already, that decolonization processes have a huge epistemological or knowledge aspect to themselves. And I actually, amongst my friends and amongst my family and amongst other groups that I'm in, I can't say it often enough, we need to educate ourselves about colonial history, about the ways technologies that we use today, the way we live today, and it doesn't only connect to technologies, of course, but today we're talking about technologies, how technologies sort of maintain a certain neo-colonial status quo. And I think this is really this inner personal work which sounds sort of like, okay, I'm going on a yoga retreat. That's not what I mean. I mean to really think about how do I view the world, and what are my perceptions of, for example, the African continent? Do I see it as this sort of monolithic structure that's out there, or am I actually knowledgeable about the diversity? And it really, a decolonization means to change our perspectives, to shatter old views, to turn our world upside down and around, and really get a different idea of how to look at things. And this is it might sound big, but actually it's a very small, very personal step that we can all take. And that we need to talk to people, that we need to read up on things, and they're all out there. Things are online, things are in the libraries. We can read up on Germany's colonial history, but it hasn't happened yet, and it's not part of our curricula, it's not anywhere. So, I mean, the BPB is doing some work on that, I know, but it's really, so I think this is a first step for me, actually, personally, that I always want to mention, because if we don't do that, I think we're not going to end up anywhere. There might be interesting and very beneficial solutions, and things might come from outside of Europe, but if we want to change from within, I think that's the first step.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really great tool. Did you want to?
Yeah, I mean, look, so not everything local needs to be scaled across board. And also, the local does not necessarily have to be also specific to the place where you're situated. Local could be about the problem I have where I feel completely isolated. So if you're a teenager of a immigrant background and you find a resonance, whether it's on a WhatsApp group or these Instagram group or whatnot, where you help, say, mental health, right? And so that could be tremendously local in the sense that I feel at home. This is my home, because the community around me physically is not really mirroring, my sense of belonging, because maybe they're so conservative, they don't allow me to be a trans person. They don't see that as a thing, or, they would condemn me, or, there's so much happening internally within Europe. There's a lot of diversity, and we just assume that Europe is this, that local means that we would reach within our community around us. But community could be actually toxic for you if the values are contrary to who you are, right? Or you're a woman who doesn't believe in God, and you're atheist, and you're from a very religious family, So these are the things. So we have to understand that could be really tremendously enabling. And on the other hand, we are also doing something which is very grassroots, but very scalable. For instance, we've started this project on reigniting the Creative Commons. We did this thing where we started to ask young users in Kenya, India, Brazil, whether they had heard of the Creative Commons. Almost nobody had heard of it. And we felt like this is something sad, because Wikipedia is so amazing that actually the fact that it even still exists, right? But why don't we have more of that, which is not a commercial thing? And actually, so what we started to do is we work with artist communities across board, including now in the Netherlands. And we're working with disability groups, we're working with women from different, socioeconomic, race, etc. And we are doing this campaign, Women at Work, and we give them prompts, and they can click photos with their mobile phones, and then we are uploading it onto Creative Commons, but in a non-commercial license, and we are shifting the way in which, and also in terms of labeling. So we are funding the whole labeling, the prompting, etc. So we can shift the algorithm in a way because there's a power in number. And so that can be scalable in the way in which you want to be represented. And we're getting some amazing stories, particularly from disability groups, who don't want to, if you use generative AI image and you put yourself as disabled, they are usually lonely on a wheelchair. There's a singular interpretation, the sun is setting. It was really crazy. And so much like what you're saying, right, you get people to Google themselves. We've been asking people to use these generative AI tools and holding workshops. And so they get very energized into doing something about it. So they say, you know, what's really important for us is to show us in company, laughing, and affect is really important. So they want images of them genuinely having a life, having family, kids, you know, people around them and stuff like that. So we are populating that onto the Creative Commons, and yeah, I mean, that's something that anybody can, in a small group, can join in and, you know, just scale it. So that's what we're trying to do. Next thing is with the educational institutions. And last location is public libraries, which have become really energized again. And I think there's so much hope because that's funded, that's located, but it's also digitized. So, you know, people from different communities who don't have that access can come together, and you see some really cool projects in the Netherlands on how they're using these really public spaces, which are in ways which are really creative, from artists are getting together, filmmakers, etc. So there's a lot of stuff going on, which is energizing.
Yeah, that's also very interesting. The labeling project sounds a little bit like a feminist data set. That's nice to hear. You wanted to respond?
I just wanted to add that the labeling project sounds incredibly inspiring and especially timely in light of the fact that of late, for the last several months, I've been kind of increasing low-level panic over the erasure and the change in representation of different groups, of different experiences, of different cultures online. And, you know, it starts with the visual representation. It then becomes the inability to find any queer, Black or Latin or trans individuals performing voguing, because the only images that are shown are of cisgender, masculine presenting white men. Mm-hmm. And you start to think, well, what else is being changed online by the digital tagging and sourcing and compiling of knowledge? And if I'm not reading history and I'm not informing myself of what really happened, you know, the risk is that without these local initiatives, you end up with a manufactured version of your history, of our history, that I think we'd all like to avoid.
Yeah, I think in some parts we already have this manufactured version of our history. I would have one last question to the panel here, and then you all are asked to ask your last questions for today, or last comments. I would like the insights of the three of you to this one last question. What does, from your perspective and from your expertise, does an inclusive technological ecosystem look like? For one, maybe if you could wish for one, or if you would think, I would build it within the ecosystem we already have. Who wants to go first?
I'll take that one. For me, an inclusive tech ecosystem is one in which your identity does not limit your ability to be seen and heard. Whatever your background, whatever your status, whatever your identity or identities, you are not so marginalized and isolated that even if you infiltrate these, you know, productive technological spaces, you are not represented because you're too isolated and too much of a minority. So either that can be, in my opinion, achieved by a change in practices, so that the practices of these spaces that are producing technological products and services become more tolerant and inclusive, or we simply overwhelm these spaces with numbers of intersectionally identified people.
Yeah, very great idea. Would you like to touch upon that?
I think for me it would be a system of where I am as a digital individual, as a sort of quantified moving online, am not exploited in a way that I don't know much about, a system that's transparent about the way it works. And then also a system that sort of gives me the ability to design and to work with this system and not holds me in a certain parameter. that limits my movement, basically. And I personally, at the moment, I don't have the good pathway towards that system. But I think asking ourselves the questions again and again of what kind of system we want and how we might then, over that, asking ourselves that question, come to ideas of how we might reach it is very important. I think is something that we should embed in our maybe daily organizational practices, at least. Not maybe our personal, but our definitely organizational practices.
Yeah, thank you. What are your ideas, Priya?
You know, just before this, I came from a very different conference. I was talking at the OEB, which I don't know if any of you know because it's a different world. It's an EdTech conference that happens in Berlin, and thousands of tech people were there. So I was giving a keynote with this guy along with another woman, and both of us just came up with our own book, but he came up to us and said, you know, here's my book, you really need to read it, even though it's 10 years old. I think you'll learn something from it. And then he goes on stage and he gets asked by the audience saying, you know, in your presentation, you had all these examples about all these men from a different era, like Steve Jobs and all. I mean, why don't you quote women more? And he said, you know, I spent hours trying to look for any women in this field, and I really wish they would get in there. And we are both... we are sitting on the stage with him. So anyway, the story is that, you know, what I see is I don't want to be represented. I want to be a power broker. I want to be seeing all of us as power brokers because we don't want to be represented on anyone's terms but ours. And I think we need to be in, we need to infiltrate areas that are uncomfortable in order to institute change. This is why I've been saying yes to mainly tech conferences and anything, energy conferences, anything I get invited to, which I'm thinking, this is weird. But I say yes, because it's really important to understand how's their mindset like, what's the language, what's the discourse, how can I penetrate this world in a way, and also I want to understand this because I want to reassure myself that most people are genuinely want to do the right thing. Because the audience, I spoke to so many good people in this, and that really gives you the courage that, yeah, it's not about the system. We can make change because majority of people would get in line because they actually want to, and it's just some idiots on that stage who is like, gee, where are the women, you know? And so I think that's one is that, you know, by being a power broker and being, the other thing is that we need to give ourselves space for contradiction. I think this is something, I've been in these kinds of conversations around decoloniality, and I think we are very harsh on ourselves. In the name of solidarity, we are confining and pushing ourselves into this one script because we have to all march in line because it's, and I think we should be able to be contradictory internally and yet have a solidarity. And that means the way in which people are represented online. I may not want to, I may not represent the Indian woman, of course not. I mean, and there's like a gazillion versions of Indian women. And that's okay. In fact, that is the power, right? And so diversity versus a singular so-called authentic script is the direction I want to go. And I hope, you resonate with that, so.
Yeah, thank you all for this insight. And maybe now there is space for comments or questions. We need one of those mics, unfortunately. So please raise your hand if you have a comment or question. Otherwise, I must say I will close this down.
It's coming. Keep it in time.
Thank you. You started with utopias as a framework for where we might want to develop to. And I was just thinking about how can we maybe safeguard our utopias from corporations, because I feel like they are being appropriated very easily by corporations because they're good at portraying, you know, a utopia, and then they're also good at hiding continuities, whether they are colonial or material or whatever. And how can we safeguard these utopias as like an empowering tool to actually make change and not for corporations to appropriate them again?
Are there more questions? We would. Oh, okay, nice. You can. Can you remember all of this? Can we summon some questions? Yes, please.
I'll try to keep it short. I'll just want to elaborate on the other comment on utopias, and also on your statements of you know, the intention to do the good thing. And I just want to ask. We have, well, we all have our own version of a utopia, right? But I also think that this is very much dependent on what we know to be the reality. And personally, I used to think that my life in Germany was a type of utopia. It was the best that I knew until I left the country and realized that there were a lot of things that were wrong here. And I want to ask, when we think about disrupting structures and changing the system, and we say, oh, but there's only the best interest at heart. How can we change a system that is built on good intentions, which are born out of ignorance of alternative options?
Difficult, but maybe one more. But you are the expert.
Thanks. Paola and Nakima, you both also talked about scale and scaling. And I mean, I work for GIZ, and scaling approaches projects is something that people talk about. But what does that mean? And I'm wondering, maybe also as thinking about new steps or different ways forward, maybe we can also think about what we mean by scale. If you think about it in the capitalist way, which is also a very male way, there's an obsession with size. You know, bigger data sets, bigger data centers, bigger whatever. But there's, a while back I read something by an Italian anyway, an Italian guy called Isio Manzini, who wrote about social innovation, and he wrote about what he called the SLOC principle, which I found quite cool, standing for small, local, open, and connected. So a lot of small initiatives that are, you know, that are connected, that are open, that are local. And maybe that's a different way of talking about scale and thinking about the conditions that could be supported, be it by public institutions, by funders, by others, that can allow those kind of more community-grounded initiatives to flourish.
Yeah, thank you very much. Who wants to answer which question? Or all of them?
Maybe not all of them. Just to respond to this question on scale, I would agree that the idea of scale has capitalist, has very masculine, hypermasculine, colonial connotations in the way that it is often used, which comes from venture capital and which is very far removed from utility. I think that when you talk about slow, local, organized, I believe it was, and connected, Masakane comes to mind. Some of the other projects I'm aware of at mostly US universities where you have African machine learning engineers working to preserve and to promote the documentation and the sharing of information around how smaller language models can be refined in order to work in the favor of communities whose languages are disappearing or not being used in formal settings. There's lots of reason for optimism there. The difficulty is when you look outside of, when you look in Europe and you see there are very few Masakane collectives, there are no preservation of specific local customs, cultures. This is not a concept that we often hear about in the European context. And while it remains something for far off indigenous people, it's going to be hard to change the thinking of the majority of people in Europe about scale. right? Because you have to have positive examples of how scaling is not always useful, not always helpful, and I don't know that we have that in Europe. We have the constant drum of the capitalists saying scaling means success, and it means that it works, that you can transport it to different contexts. So there's that. And I will defer to Paola for the optimism and utopia question.
Yeah, so just a quick thing on scaling is that scaling per se is not necessarily bad. It depends. Like, for example, if we have a good practice, an ethical practice, human rights, we want it to scale. We want it to be there, right? And in fact, it's a moral responsibility that we should scale, like whether it's a vaccine, right? So we have to have that mindset that not every scaling means, capitalism in a sort of a extractive way. But what's interesting is a Green Act has already instituted that you can't do indiscriminate data collection for the planet. And that's great, right? Like, so we know that you are scaling at all costs, just because what if you find something innovative, if you amass indiscriminate amount of data, is not accepted anymore. And I'm glad we've reached that point where it's at least in regulation. But what's great is that for very different reasons, many countries in the global south are already doing data light technologies because they cannot afford to anyway have these indiscriminate data collection. You need extraordinary resources. So what they're doing is leapfrogging and building these data light tools which are using a fraction of the energy. And the problem is that it should be scaled. We need to look at it, but it's because it's coming from, say, parts of Africa or, Latin America. It's not looked at as, oh, that means they are like sort of hacking the system. It's not like, until you innovate it yourself like a decade later. And I think if that can change, that to me would be the single most, any good idea coming in, these are urgent global challenges, should be embraced instantly in that regard, right? And we need to be humble. So in terms of utopias, I think what's interesting is that there's these metaphors, like you said, like, oh, what about the appropriation? Because of course, the renaming of the global south, right? Or even decoloniality, all these things get appropriated and, become some kind of hallmark card. But on the other hand, actually, what's interesting is you give these sort of buzz terms like the BRICS, right? BRICS was invented to sell stocks like the Brazil, Russia, India, China, and then South Africa, because they didn't want to say developing countries. Investors would get all nervous. And so you call them emerging markets, tigers, etc. But today, the BRICS actually have become a real entity. They've leveraged on this pseudo-rhetoric, which was created, but they made it their own. It completely means something different in terms of our alliances, in terms of sharing of certain kinds of strategies, etc. So that's the beauty about human nature, is you can try to impose something, but we can make do of it in a very different light. And I think that should be energizing, right? So.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do you want also to add something?
Yeah, just a quick add-on to the utopia question. I think it's also something that might be helpful is to talk about things in a way that are not immediately visible as a business model. Because tech corporations look for business opportunities, and if they opt into the decolonization idea, yes, but then they will only do that in a certain way that helps them to further their own business. And I would probably not think that it's really helpful towards decolonization processes. So I think that's maybe one thing. And then on the other hand, I'm just to refer to something that we had in the workshop earlier as well, to use certain sort of critical reflexivity questions that we can apply again and again with questioning of what do they actually mean. Are they talking about what we are talking about, or are they trying to use this term to go a different path? So, yeah.
That was the bell. And I haven't ordered it. So, but thank you very much for this very interesting conversation that helped, at least from my perspective, with some kind of optimism and some kind of utopian thinking to open the door a little bit to thinking beyond digital colonialism, even though we didn't talk so much about colonialism in words, but I thought we did. So I want to extend my heartfelt thank you to everyone who contributed, but first and foremost, a big thank you to our last panelists here, Dr. Nakima Steffelbauer, Dr. Paola Lopez, and Quincy Stumper. Please give them all a warm round of applause. And since these are my last words, at least for this conference, not in general, a special thank you to you, Nanjira, for your keynote that laid the groundwork for our discussion. I think we touched up on a lot of topics you brought up in the morning, and your insights have been foundational in framing our conversation. Thank you very much, and also I would, be happy. I also want to thank the panelists from the earlier sessions, Paola Lopez, Sreekanth Mukku, Sana Ahmad, for delving into the intersection of data protection, digital labor, and human rights. Thank you. And also Renata Avia, Sarah Schenner, and Nanjira again for your deep dive into digital sovereignty and global digital policy. Yeah, please clap. A special thank you to Christoph Hassler, who already left, unfortunately, and Dr. Sara Moraes dos Santos Bruce, who were moderating the two panels and steering this discussion with such skill and insight. Thanks. And I also would like to again acknowledge our venue hosts and my colleagues from my team in Gera, my colleagues in Gera, who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes and helped me today also very much through this day to make this event possibly. And possibly. And last but certainly not least, I want to thank you guys, the audience. Your engagement, your questions, your comments, your thoughts, your thinking through all the day have been vital in making this conference a success. And before you clap, I forgot Nandita, who was also co-hosting the workshop together with Quincy. Please, a really big applause for Nandita. Thank you. So this conversation doesn't end here. I started with this this morning. Let's keep working together towards solutions that prioritize equity, justice, and solidarity in technology. And I think we heard a lot of perspective on this today. So thank you once again to all of you, and have a nice evening and a nice weekend, and thank you that you've been here.